All right, we are online. Okay, welcome everyone to our final project review Habitat Council meeting, mostly focused on big game projects. I'm Eric Edgley. I'm the Habitat Section Chief and also the Chair of the Habitat Council, and that's part of my role. I want to remind everyone this meeting is a public meeting being streamed over YouTube, and so act accordingly with that. We have a full day of projects. We have 33 projects that we're going to review and some other stuff. Let's start with some introductions. I'm Eric Edgley. We'll start here.
I'm Allison Whitaker, Habitat Conservation Program Biologist.
Okay.
Daniel Eddington, the Habitat Conservation Coordinator.
And Steve Swanson representing big game.
All right.
Blake Millett representing sportfish.
Angie Wanacott representing waterfowl.
Lisa Graham, UDWR.
Kent Hersey, Big Game Projects Coordinator, DWR. Randy Hutchison, Upland Game Rep.
Drew Cushing, the Aquatic Section Chief of the division. Okay. Who we got with us?
TJ Cook, I'm the Habitat Restoration Biologist out of Price.
Daniel Olson, Habitat Manager out of Ogden in the Northern Region for DWR.
Tom Placero, Impact Analysis Biologist, Northeastern Region. Shane Hill, Habitat Restoration Biologist, Northern Region.
All right. Thanks for that. Kent, welcome. Glad you can be with us. You're representing Kobe's role on the council today. For some reason, he thought wild horses were more important than this. So I really wonder on that. But anyway. Yep. Okay. So there's going to be people in and out today, both staff and I don't know where Tyler's at, but we're okay to move in. Other items. Appreciate Allison and Daniel and Lisa and Danny Summers for all of their help to get all this stuff set up. There's a lot of work that happens behind the scenes and beforehand to get all this information put together. Let's see. The next thing I want to mention, last week, I think was it Wednesday, we had our external conservation permit meeting downstairs where many of our conservation groups that provide money to habitat projects were able to join us and basically allocate money that they have either from conservation permits or banquet funding or other funds towards habitat projects. So it was a record year of money for projects for both habitat and wildlife section projects. 4.8 million. It'll at some point probably easily get to 5 million. That goes or more that goes to habitat projects essentially. And so we really appreciate the assistance and the collaboration with our conservation groups on habitat projects. It's a big deal. And so we're part of that story too. So
We just did a news release on it. If you want to look at the news release that was just put out the other day.
Yep. So if anybody wants to jump in front of a camera, I'm sure there'll be one around at some point.
Kent looks excited.
People hear me talk.
So at that meeting, there were a lot of projects that probably would have come to this council for additional funding that basically got fully funded. And so we might not see some of those, but I don't know. Daniel, you want to kind of talk about some of the highlights of that?
Yeah, I mean, some of the top ones out of ECP, you'll see today, the Burnt Beaver project received quite a bit of money. 12 Mile received quite a bit of money. Had some research, some highway stuff. A lot of the Geslers type projects were picked up. They always like the water projects, so a lot of those were picked up. I think what we have highlighted in green here on the screen on the spreadsheet is what was fully funded by ECP, which now won't. We did hear them earlier, probably in the first meeting. So we've marked those in green on here. So you can see which ones no longer need money from Habitat Council. Nelson's adjusted that accordingly. So,
What that means is that gets us further down the list on other projects that we're considering here today, so.
Yeah, basically, we were like 400 in the hole, and I put about $1 million worth of ECP back onto the spreadsheet, so.
Cool. What does the yellow mean?
those are just kind of Allison's notes as we've kind of gone through putting on the big game stuff. Some of them are projects that are probably medium ranked, but maybe good mule deer projects. So, we can have that conversation, how we want to look at the funding on it, meaning that Habitat Council would probably put a lot more money on it if we really wanted to go. Otherwise, it may be a project that would go on from it. That's mostly what the yellow ones mean. Anything else on the
Yeah.
yellow ones?
Just basically to kind of remind me and remind us that we probably need to have a discussion about it.
Yeah, and so as we're kind of going through this list today, sort of be thinking about that, but really where the funding picture comes together is at our next meeting on April 30th, where we actually have really all of our funding numbers done and can decide, how far down the list we can go and what's going to stay and what's going to go at that point. So,
And why I guess I got it up here, that's where everybody's sitting right now. We put all the big game stuff in. Up on game.
so there's some red going on already, but that's okay. Some of that stuff will clear up or it'll change or not. You might have to make some decisions at some point.
And then this is the total amount that we're over right now. So we need to shoot for that 3.4 at some point, but we'll do that at the budget meeting.
Yeah,
But
that's
come
for
with
later.
strategies. come
Yeah,
with
don't worry
whatever
about
you
that so
can.
much today. If today our objective is if it's a good project, then you're gonna give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down. And we're less worried about amounts today than the next meeting. I'll review. But that will really come into focus next time.
But the spreadsheet should be fully updated at this point with all the projects that you're gonna see essentially. So feel free to download this and play around with it, whatever you wanna do.
Okay. Any questions about that?
Just one,
Yeah.
so the final meeting, we can talk about like the Sportfish has an additional, or has about $13,000 or whatever that was that we can put towards another project that's already funded, right? We're gonna have that discussion last meeting.
And you have 2 aquatic ones on this meeting today as well. I don't know if you caught those, but they're at the very end, but we got 2 more aquatics. Ones we had on the meeting last week or last month that we didn't have anybody show up for.
Those big game species of aquatic.
The one that has worms and
Yeah.
Basically, you're saying you'll be in the hole too by the end of this one.
I've seen moose swimming across the lake when I've been out there fishing.
Okay, so
Throw a bulldog at them.
we've heard from Tyler. He's on his way. When he gets here, don't hold back, make it fun. Okay. So next item, so we need to approve our minutes from our March 21st meeting. Basically all of the voting that occurred at our last meeting. Need to fully ratify that. So with that, we have a motion.
Make a motion to approve the minutes.
Okay. All right. We have a motion from Andy and a second from Randy to approve our minutes from our last meeting. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Kent? Good. You're the new guy, so. Some razzing, yeah. Okay. Okay, to start off, so we have a couple of projects that had previously been presented that we're gonna go back and revisit and have had some adjustments. So, the first one is 6952, basically the Willard Spur Kingfisher project, from Wasatch Wiggins. So there's been an adjustment there. Daniel, do you want to talk about that?
Sure. So I reached out to Troy, had conversations with him. So he's adjusted it to the 16,400 That's including the Wilde's-spur and the Kingfisher. I asked him about how much Kingfisher was playing into that, so it's $1,400. So however you want to go about that, that would, if you pull out Kingfisher, it'd be $1,500 he'd be asking for.
Or 15,000.
15,000, sorry.
So I think that was our discussion last time, is that we basically tabled it, right? And we basically have that written out now. And so if we want to now approve that or not approve it, continue to table it, that's up to the council. Any other questions on that?
What was the breakdown on it?
So essentially 15,000 would be for Wilde's-spur, the
As far
1,400.
as
It all just, the project is now.
far as
the
big
Waterfowl.
game or
Oh,
It's waterfowl.
I think it's all
me.
waterfowl.
Oh, there's some deer out there.
It's all me.
there you go.
And I'll admit, I'm gonna let you take the lead on this, where it's all you, and you have some strong opinions on it, which I understood your point of view, but I'm gonna let you lead.
I want Kingfisher out. And
And that's
I'm
fine.
still,
And so-
that's where I'm at. If the county wants to come and help, I would consider it, but I just don't want to spend public money. I mean, I get it's a public thing. It's not easily accessible.
It's not accessible essentially for,
You can't hunt it.
right?
And that's my struggle. I get that it's a nesting area. I understand all of that and they're doing great work there. But I want the county to be a part of that. So,
And so the amount without Kingfisher was 15,000.
15,000.
And so that's really what the question is do you want to give it a thumbs up at this point? Minus Kingfisher, because we have that amount now, and we can just specify with the motion that, well, we can approve that project minus the Kingfisher portion.
yeah, I'm good with that. I'll make the motion to approve the project with Kingfisher removed.
Okay. All right, do we have a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion from Angie and a second from Randy. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, so you guys can put that down in the details that it's just a little spur portion of that project. Minus the Kingfisher. Okay. So the next project we want to revisit is number 6867 Jackson Flat. Yeah, I think this was,
We tabled it for one other reason, not just the bird nesting boxes, and I,
It was the buying the tractor, buying he was gonna buy some equipment. What I remember, it's not on this one, but on the last one.
And
yeah,
that's
we
changed.
removed the.
yeah, that was
equipment.
already pulled out too.
Yeah.
So on this one, Daniel, you wanna
So yeah,
remind us?
at the meeting, we sent this email over to Dan Keller, who's the aquatic person over this reservoir. So he replied back, essentially saying this is a priority, is the aquatic portions of this. He's an aquatic person trying to do some good things for waterfowl at the same time. So he sent that over. I'll let you guys read it, but essentially he's, saying there's some nesting stuff that's going on that the county folks have seen. He talks about the disc golf stuff around the reservoir, but this is on the other side of it. So he still felt like it would be a good addition to it. So
Yeah, I'm good with his response. I just couldn't remember if that was the sole reason why we tabled it.
There was,
I
there
just
was a,
couldn't remember.
I think just a question about the value to waterfowl last meeting and, I think, well, I've been there and it's got a pretty extensive, kind of wetland area around it. And as you know, if you know anything about that country, there's not a lot of water. And so it is valuable for waterfowl in that country.
Well, and Dan is a fisheries biologist and does aquatic projects, but he's also a waterfowl hunter and very much invested in the other side of that fence too. So I think it's a good project. So we had tabled that one at that meeting, so I want to bring that one back. And so is there any other questions about this one or needs more refreshing on what it is?
And this was the amount of those nest boxes, the 3,000.
Yeah.
So we have a motion on this one then?
I'm the troublemaker, apparently.
I'll take it.
We're just getting started, Angie. I'm sure that you'll be down at the bottom most again by the end of the
It's
meeting.
Tyler for being late now. so
Yeah,
we're
okay.
done. I make the motion to approve.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion from Angie to approve and a second from Blake.
Am I that forgettable?
No. Sometimes I don't see people very often. Yeah, it takes a minute for it to come back. So, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. All right, motion passes. Okay, thank you for letting us revisit that. We're gonna jump into our regular pile of projects here now. So we're gonna start with Northern Region projects. Project number 6, before I maybe jump into that. Daniel, Allison, did I miss anything, Lisa?
Did you approve the agenda?
Yes.
Okay.
There's drinks over here in a cooler, there's snacks for those who are here. To grab it anytime. We're gonna move ahead. Okay, 6859 Logan River Watershed Restoration. Got Sheen on deck.
All right, so Logan River Watershed Restoration, this is a partner project with the.
Remember to introduce yourself to everybody
That was
else.
so recent. I thought I forget. Anyway, Shane Hill, Habitat Restoration Biologist in the Northern Region. Here presenting about the Logan River Watershed Restoration Project. And this is one of the 3 projects that we divided up in the Logan watershed. I'll go over another one in a little bit, but this, as far as big game goes, the treatments here we wanted to focus on are the juniper thinning within the canyon, Logan Canyon. And there's a little slideshow, a little more organized, and kind of show some pictures if you want to go to that. But they're also, we are working with the consulting firm that is working with the Logan Water District to do some improvements on the lower Logan. But so this is an overview here showing just a simple project where going throughout the canyon and removing about phase 2 juniper, thin it out and improve the corridor from upper canyon down to the lower canyon. This will be about, what's that math, about 1,500 acres total, different treatment types, including cut, pile, and burn, lob and scatter, mastication, where and mastication is pretty low because of the accessibility to the sides of the canyon. Next slide. Just kind of showing this is the mouth of Temple Fork. The difference in juniper encroachment, it's kind of representative of the canyon as a whole. We're in all the sites where we're going to be treating next. Yeah, so the plant surveys are currently ongoing to be cleared. Will be done pretty soon. Be able to start with the final phases of the planning and make sure all the polygons are good. And as I mentioned, there's a portion of the project where it's down in the lower Logan where, let's go to the next slide, actually. Okay, I'll get into the lower Logan part later, but just showing the wildlife tracker data. The Logan Canyon is a pretty significant corridor for deer, mule deer, and elk. The breakdown of the costs. So I believe this one got $50,000 from ECP. So it's still a significant portion of the project needs to be funded. River restoration is a big part of it. We've also gone to WRI for this as well. Next. Yeah, so you can go to the pictures if you want to look at the Logan River restoration part. Just going in and kind of undoing some restoration from the mid-century. Going in and removing some Chicago, what is it, Detroit riprap. Improving the channel of the river, which would improve for fishing and access for anglers in there as well. So that's just that project. Any questions? And
I have one that I need to ask it one time. I'll just ask it one time. There's either an SSA or a listening petition for Pinion J, and this was the first of several projects dealing with Pinion pine removal. Has the conversation been had, I'm sure, about, whether we should pursue this work or wait till that's settled?
So, yes, there's been lots of conversations about this. And there's still, I guess there's lots of ways to talk about this. Let's try to keep this brief here, but there's still a lot of research going on. There's still a lot that's not really known. Areas that maybe are being looked at to either avoid or to minimize, or now the science that is coming about is telling us maybe that's not the right way to go. And so we're going to continue to move forward. And as the science develops and as actual concrete recommendations that we can trust come out, we'll make adjustments at that point. And so,
They worried about Pinion or juniper? This is all juniper in Logan Canyon.
well, they really use both. And so,
I like to use my own eyes, and I'd ride by a place on the hardware WMA my whole childhood. Me and my dad would ride down through the middle of the pond on our horses, and they removed 15 junipers, and now we got to go up around the spring head because the pond's full of cattails and ducks. So I'll just say that. Be quiet.
So-
Cattails and ducks are good.
so both the division and the department, as you're aware, Drew, are very much involved in working with Fish and Wildlife Service on a conservation agreement and the strategy moving forward that we are participating in. I think Tyler, you're going to be on that group, and our habitat section is involved as well. So yes, we're heavily involved, and as I guess concrete best management practices come out, we will adopt those and hear them. But I think that there'll still continue to be lots of room moving forward to continue to do these projects while also trying to not impact J species.
I will say some of the projects that we have in mind planning in the future are actually doing thinnings for Pinion Jays specifically, because it's super dense and the fire goes through, it'll move a lot more than what happened if we didn't treat it, doing some fire break sort of stuff. As far as the Logan Canyon goes, Pinion Jays aren't really commonly seen, so it's not really a consideration for this project.
So just to jump back to that, did that answer your question?
I'm good. I just had to ask it one time today, and I did.
We'll ask that tomorrow.
There's the answer, I guess. I don't know, Tyler, would you say anything else about that from a WI perspective?
I mean, I'll just say that I think the strategy for us is to move slow. There's still a lot of unknowns, as Eric said. I've been doing this a long time, and I think there's kind of a tendency to overreact when things get petitioned. So, yeah, we'll probably get to the point if the science bears out that we're doing surveys and avoidance and stuff like that, but we're not there yet.
But as we're involved in this conservation agreement, wherever that lands, we will have had a part in it, and then we'll abide that. So at that point, and I think that there will still be lots of room for us to continue to work.
Good.
Okay. All right.
Shane,
Okay.
what's the, seems like one of these projects was already funded last year. The Blacksmith Fork one, and how much of the Logan River and the Blacksmith Fork are part of this project?
So this is all just on in Logan Canyon. There was a project funded last year to do the botany surveys on the Forest Service to clear this for implementation. I don't know if you're referring to that. There was the one in Blacksmith
referring
Fork.
to the irrigation canal thing We funded that last year, now it's back
Um,
on the blacksmith
I
part.
think that's on a different project,
There was a
the
picture
Claire
in there.
Logan one that was. I think there were multiple diversions. If it's that there's one more they wanted to do this year. I don't think that's part of this project. There's the Trapper Park area where they wanted to improve the bank, do bank stabilization and some plantings in there. I don't believe there's no.
Yeah, that's last year, right?
Yeah, so
this is last year.
we are proposing another, as part of a different project, the Little Bear Logan. It's kind of confusing because it's all in the
I
same
was
area
just
and we had to
throwing
divide them
out
up.
pictures, yeah.
Okay. But yeah, we are proposing another,
They probably
Diversion
put
area.
that picture as an example.
The cars in Logan River aren't part of this project either?
that one is part of this one.
Okay.
And that one did have like a $1.5 million grant. They're needing about 300,000 more to kind of get over the hump to completing the project.
And did we end up with ECP money on this? Looks like
50,000, I believe.
They used them as bank stabilization back in the day. It maybe took the oil out of them, maybe not.
right. So some of them are toxic. Well, they're all toxic. But some of them were toxic.
Is this year round habitat?
It depends on where in the canyon that we are going from upper, I believe as far just above Temple Fork down to the mouth of the canyon. So it has transitional, it's winter. And then I have another project to propose that's summer in the same canyon. You just had to divide it up because of $1 million limit on our proposals.
But this project overall is a $4 million project. Huge project. Asking $50,000 from Habitat Council.
On the Logan River part, I don't think it's fair to stick me and Randy with the bill. When that doesn't have much to do with big game or upland game down there.
I agree. I think it parts out some of the sport fish in there.
Yeah, a lot of the projects we hear today will have riparian components of it that don't make sense for big game. I would pick up that much.
Yeah, but if you're taking out the cars, then you're removing the fish habitat.
No,
No, I'm kidding. I don't have a problem with sport fish needs to take some of this. Sounds like you're improving access for the river anyway, and the Logan fisheries, or the Logan River, I believe, is also a blue ribbon fishery, so.
Let's do some sport fish, because looking at the numbers, it looks like sport fish is the one with some room this year.
You guys are always swimming in money.
This year we need it.
Okay, then Tyler, do you know what this ranked from WRI perspective?
Off the top of my head, I know.
It was in high. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't off the top of my head. I don't know where it was.
So we do have ECP money on this. You can see in the agenda sheet what the regional ranking for deer, elk, and turkey are on these projects. And so, I mean, overall it ranked high.
You say turkey?
I did.
Just don't.
I did. So, any other questions on this one?
So how about, 10% sport fish?
How many cars were there? Those the only 3 cars that you took
No,
a
I think
picture
there's
of?
more. I don't know exactly how many there are.
Lots?
Depends on what part of the reach you're in, but yeah, they're scattered along that from Main Street, Logan down to the Cutler Marsh.
The reason I ask is I just constantly assume that we've gotten all the cars out of rivers by now.
Yeah. It's surprising.
And they just
Yeah,
keep
some of the
reappearing.
Yeah, they just,
Especially in the Logan, you'd think they would be gone, but they're not.
Oh, in the Logan, they keep adding cars. When they go upside down.
Right. I think most of those get removed someday.
I've personally driven through Logan Canyon and passed cars upside down in the river with people standing outside of them looking, wondering how they wound up there.
10% sound right to the project guy here?
Yeah. I mean, just based on the portion of the project, the cost of the project, that part is.
Okay, I'll just make a motion then. Motion to approve at 85% big game, 5% upland, and 10% sport fish.
I'll second that.
Okay, we've got a motion from Tyler to approve and a second from Steve. Any
You
additional
just put that 10
discussion?
on waterfowl.
Hey,
That's fine.
Steve, I'll deal with you later. I just spent it.
There's no ducks in the Logan.
Good job, Shane, on this one. I mean, I can remember 10 years ago where Logan Canyon wouldn't even talk about doing a lop and scatter or anything up there. It's a scenic byway, so good
And
job.
the Forest Service, there's much that credit. They're doing a lot of, for fire mitigation. A lot of this work is for Spearhead is being the force for that reason, for partnering with them.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes on that one. All right, 6871 Burnt Beaver projects, 2025.
Burnt Beaver, I believe this is the 6th phase of this one. The overall project, about 70,000 acres they want to complete on the north slope of the Uintas. The goal here is Aspen regeneration. There's some riparian, an aspect that's not listed here, but they want, like doing the lop and scatter, lop and burn, they're planning on having it kind of add woody debris into the river to decrease complexity, which will improve riparian habitat. But the main goal is, I think the pictures will best describe this one. Let's scroll through down to the kind of this, what the area looks like. So this is what we're working in. It's a lot, removing these lodgepole pines, thinning it out, improve stand health, improve aspen regeneration, and understory growth. This received about just under $300,000 from ECP, but still needing additional about $250,000, I believe.
I think we're talking about 40 grand from Habitat Council here.
Shane, do you know, because this has been going on for a while, it's either last year or the year before we approved some burnings. Did they ever take place? I never saw it posted or mentioned.
Not in this project, I don't believe, not with Burnt Beaver. It's all been lop and scatter, lop piled.
No.
There've been lop piled,
They
pile and burn.
piles.
Yeah, not like a prescribed burn, but they'll pile and then burn, just piles of.
Oh, okay, I'm misremembering.
But there is a big portion, all these mechanical ones are to set up a larger prescribed fire.
Okay, so that hasn't happened.
It hasn't happened, but that's the goal of
Okay.
doing all this mechanical.
A big prescribed fire.
Yeah, this is one of those big mega projects, kind of, it's why it comes back.
This was
Multiple years of funding.
number 3 for elk. The higher elevation, summer range for elk, significantly improved.
All big game, Shane. I thought you and I were friends.
And honestly, I haven't had a lot of hand in determining that percentage. Allison's helping.
You know, I actually, just because I know what you're thinking, this one, I actually pushed really hard to do some up and game on this. And the division went up and did some pre-scouting and stuff. They said no.
Oh, yeah.
We're just like, yeah, because I pushed really hard, like, we've got to have some benefit. There's got to be some birds up in there, and they, no. But
I know
just
there's
not
no
there.
deer in there and it's got deer 10.
But this
Elk
is a
more
great
elk
project.
habitat.
I actually went up and toured this one a few years ago. I can't remember with this group or someone else. This is a really good project. Over huge area. This just, it's
It's
dead.
like 4th year too, right?
Yeah, it's several phases,
60.
but
6.
it's just dead nasty. It has to be cleaned out.
Yeah.
I think the hope would be that there will be deer in there, with it being as thick and lack of understory. It wouldn't be, hopefully, as we thin it out, it could be deer habitat.
And it has been sold in the past as a bighorn sheep, like improving, migration corridors, movement corridors for bighorn sheep in there as well.
Okay, any other questions? I'll thank Kent for the mule deer plug.
And there were a partner on this too. They were putting a bunch of money on this.
They actually oversee implementation of this project.
Yeah, they run the whole
They're-
thing.
We have a partner position that they run it.
But I'll make the motion to approve it.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion from Randy and a second from Tyler to approve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay. Motion passes. Okay. 6858 North Zone Aspen Restoration Phase 1.
So this is that project I was referring to. We covered kind of the lower areas of the Logan Canyon. This project is focusing up more on the upper portions around Swan Flat, Franklin Basin area. And this is a Aspen regeneration project going and removing the conifers in there through lop and pile, burn, lop and scatter, and other mechanical means. If you see some pictures as well, there's a slideshow set in the same place. I fixed it. It didn't work last time, but Forest Service gave me this presentation nice and neat, so I'd like to display it, showing what area, what it looks like, and what we'd like it to become. Next slide. So this is a phase 1 of a project with the goal of treating about 22,000 acres this year, about 13,000 acres the next. No, not 13,000, sorry, 1,300. But going in there and similar to what we talked about with Burnt Beaver, going in there, removing the conifer pile and burn, thinning it out to improve the aspen stands up there, the upper portion of next to the Idaho border. Next slide. Again, showing the relation to movement corridors from wildlife tracker. It might not show much in the treatment areas, but the goal is to kind of get them to be utilizing that area more in the summer. So this was ranked #1 for both deer and elk in our region. Current conditions shown, like the lighter patches are the aspen, and going in there between and removing the conifers, then you get out at least to improve aspen regeneration. Next. I think you can go to the finance portion now. This, remind me how much this received.
160,000 from ECP.
So there was a pretty big portion of it funded through the sportsman groups, asking $40,000.
Number one out.
These percentages got changed. This is the second one. I'm not gonna argue 5%, but just an observation. When I started going through these have changed.
Alice and I sat down and we put the numbers in. So yeah, they can update it.
And the database hadn't been updated till last night.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's not a live link between the spreadsheet and the database. And so, yeah.
I was gonna ask for 10% upward, but I'll leave it at that then.
I'm holding a comment for later, and I think it's a 7. But yeah.
Okay.
You looked at me when you said that.
Oh, no, I was correct and saying he
He's
was
like,
back
Andy,
here.
there's some ducks in here somewhere. Okay, any other questions?
Just a comment. It bothers them that the Forest Service is so absent from projects like this. You know, have you been in conversations with them?
Oh yeah, this is, the project manager is actually Melina Rockwell, who is the fuels, supervisor for the Cache National Forest.
Seems like just, you know, when you see something like that, that's so heavy Doug fir, there's a risk of fire and they have a responsibility as well. And
So
I
it's
don't
fire.
see any money put in to this from the Forest Service. And I'm not just talking about, this is just them, aquatics, you know, wildlife, everything we do. It'd be nice for them to step up and actually be a partner.
I will speak to that. I know that they have been trying on these and they were able to get 150,000 for another project. They definitely don't have the benefit of wildfire crisis funds that other portions of the forest have in this area. So
yeah, they've kind of changed strategy in the last couple of years since the Inflation Reduction and infrastructure laws came out. They have chosen 2 areas in the state. They call them wildfire crisis strategy areas. One is on the Dixie in the Pine Valley. The other one is on the Wasatch Cache. And all of these good Forest Service projects that we'd love to see funded, that are awesome for mule deer, are high elevation, are exactly what we've been trying to get them to do. They're what I call orphan Forest Service projects at this point. So I'm with you there, Drew. Be nice to see some more support for them, but their strategy is to pour money into those 2 areas right now.
Okay. Just for fun, could we see the adjacent project? The reason I asked, I was thinking, seems like I've looked at this. I'm sure I've looked at it. Oh, there's not. I was thinking there were some adjacent areas where previous phases or other work had been done. Is this, I thought, would be a fun area to go for on a tour, but there's not more adjacent.
there was, I think right here, maybe, the Red Rider, there was a burn that happened in this area. I think it's this one right here. We did the contracting for the preparation for a prescribed burn in there.
And most of this is all the surveys.
Yeah, but it's not probably ready for. a
No,
tour yet.
it's not ready.
So, okay. Any other thoughts, questions, motions?
I'll make a motion to approve it. I just want to say, it seems like in Sportsman's meeting, we kind of talked about how this was a little bit on the edge of funding. And it seems like we were targeting one of the lop and scatters or something like that.
That was the next one.
I'll second it.
This one's highly ranked though.
Yeah, it's our #1 deer and elk.
It's not highly ranked in WRI. It's on the border in WRI.
And that's where I was wondering on the WRI.
So I think the funding it'll get will likely mostly be from the Sportsman's group, which is why they put a lot of money into it. They want to see it go. And then this group. And then it probably won't get WRI funding. Is it a medium even?
This one
It's
was
a high, but it's a 118.
It's a
so right there
118.
on the border.
We're thinking about 120s about where we'll get to funding wise.
Okay, so we have a motion and then we had a second. Steve, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. Okay, next project, Henefer-Echo WMA Summer Range Enhancement, 6869.
All right, so there's a lot of moving parts on this project, a lot of different things going on that we're planning to do. Given the results from the ECP and WRI, not likely the whole thing will be funded and completed, but we're gonna go back to the drawing board, but I'll go through what we're planning anyway. First of all, if you remember the windstorm in fall 2020, took out a lot of trees in the valley. It also significantly impacted some of our on our Henefer-Echo WMA. Next slide. A lot of wind thrown aspen logs, which is kind of a good thing and improve aspen regeneration, but the terrain now is kind of impassable or not really a good place for wildlife to go in and access the new forage. So our plan is to go in there, pile up these logs, and improve the movement for them in there. Next slide. Another portion of the project was to improve, this was our number one ranked project for turkey, because of this portion of the project where we were going to improve this riparian corridor using sea dike structures. I talked about that in the last meeting. I don't know if you remember, just building dams along the reach to slow water down and spread the water out and get some cotton. This is a cottonwood gallery that's really only right up against the shore. So we're right at the bank of this ephemeral stream. So we'd like to try to spread that out, which would improve roosting and foraging for turkey in the area. Next. See, this is also improve water quality in the area. Next. Showing the RWMA has both summer and winter range. This portions of this project are going to address both winter and summer range for rural deer in the area. Also important summer range for elk as well. Next. Okay, so the objectives, I'll go over this briefly again, just to improve the foraging, enhance the forage and increase the acres of available forage for big game up there, improve watershed water quality and slowing the water down, keeping it on the property a little longer, as well as improving mule deer migratory paths by removing a pretty nasty fence that deer often get hung up on. We would like to do the whole property this year. We are asking just enough to do 1.5 miles of the exterior boundary fence. Next. Showing we are partnering with UDAP as well to do some range improvements, and showing what we were going to for the whole property, what we wanted to do. This is the portion we wanted to remove the deadened down aspen logs. There's a thinning of maple and aspen stands to reduce competition with aspen. That portion was specifically pointed out in the ECP to be funded. We received enough to do that portion for sure. Everything else is still up in the air. Next, showing what we'd like to do is a grapple pile and then eventually get in and burn those aspen logs. Next, let's go to this. Improve the wildlife fence. We wanted to modify that fence to be wildlife friendly. Next, go to the funding. Sorry, a lot of stuff going on that we wanted to do in this area, and so we got the 45,000 to do the mastication on the oak and maple in the aspen stands. Looking for some more. I think we would need about 50,000 more to do the fence, which is a phase project. So we'd like to get some of that. We started on doing some of that as early as possible, so we can get going to do that each year. So there's 16. We're asking for 16,000 Habitat Council, but if there was available, I'd increase that to help cover the 1.5 mile of fence remodification.
You won't get the money this year, but all that fence needs to be replaced. Up along the north has that sheet. I call it sheet.
Yeah, it's net wire.
Horrible.
Yeah.
So, my notes on this one, we did the 10-6 so that for the troughs, and then it also needed our clearance for the mastication that the Sportsman's funded. And so that was the other 6,000. So that's where that 16.6 came from.
Art clearance would also cover the aspen portion that we don't anticipate to finish.
I only did 6,000 instead of the full 10,000.
Oh, okay, for the acres. Okay.
Yeah.
Shane, this is just a knowledge question for me. When I was going through this, I read the comments in there. And one of the comments was that this was not a good area for burn. I can't remember the exact wording, but why is it a poor candidate for a burning? I can't remember who made the comment, but there was the comment and there's a poor candidate for burning.
And maybe this one where they were thinking the Aspen,
Burn vents, it says there.
I know even the Sitla was concerned with removing the Aspen because it's actually protecting the regenerating Aspen. I don't know if that's what you're referring to, but this happened about 4 years ago.
Evans. Scroll to the
That's nice to get the cheaper route of prescribed burning.
and like I said, not questioning, I'm not dumb as opposed. I was just trying to figure, understand why.
I'm not sure. So if it's this one, Evan, I think he's referring more to, it's hard to get a cheap prescribed burn in there. It'd be a rough place to burn. It's not, because of how steep it is and the potential risk to other property. We wanted to go with removing the logs instead of burning, doing a prescribed fire. Is that what?
Yeah, like I said, it's just a knowledge question for me.
So we did talk about just doing a prescribed burn in here, but the forestry fire state land said that it wouldn't be hot enough to be able to get the effect we want in the Aspen stand. Maybe that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I think that's what I was thinking. There's some of our other properties or other areas on the forest too that just, for whatever reason, they just can't get it hot enough for them.
Yeah, you need a really hot fire with Aspen to get the effect that you're after.
They're wet trees.
Okay. Number one turkey project in northern region. I didn't see any upland on there, Shane.
Because there's no turkeys up.
We didn't fund that part of the project. That was like the Z-Dag structures and things we just funded.
I was gonna ask, but I didn't want to bring it up.
We just funded it.
Sure you did.
There's turkeys up there.
Oh, no, I was intentionally being quiet.
I saw lots of turkeys up there.
Okay,
last
it
year.
sounds like Randy knows his property and he hunts it, so.
Oh, no, I do.
Let's
I actually go up
negotiate.
there. It's close enough that if I have 2 hours, I can leave and go up and hunt.
Tell us what kind of birds there are on there.
Honestly, I have never seen a turkey,
Really?
but
On the
I'm
property
very-
itself
yeah.
or in the,
But I'm very focused, I'm looking for upland, for, your hunts and shelters and stuff like that. So I like your Z-Dog thing a lot, that canyon. Does anybody know where that canyon's at?
Harris Canyon.
Okay.
Oh,
But no,
We do
well,
now.
I had never named it, so I guess I didn't expect anybody else to
Get
know.
the map later.
but since nobody probably watches this on YouTube, there's well, you've got to have no life if you watch this. But that's a
You'd be
I
surprised,
must have
Randy.
no life.
You would be surprised, Randy. I wouldn't say that.
You
So,
need a bigger
okay,
shovel hut.
we have a motion on this project.
The 16.
I'd like to make a motion that we add a little upland, Randy, if you're good with it. On there.
I would be with for a little bit because I like the Z-Dot portion a lot, and that's an area.
It sounds like
built
that
up the water
portion
table.
won't.
We
We'll have to
funded
come
that
back
in
next year.
ECP and thought, didn't we?
Well, I'm not seeing the Z-Dike amount in
Oh, no,
the
the Z-Dike
budget.
is not
So
in there.
I think we were
I'm not-
planning on using
45.
volunteers. This was gonna be really cheap.
45,000.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not.
But
seeing-
I think that was all towards the turkey
So we didn't,
portion of
we didn't
it,
request
right?
any money for it.
Also, what did the note say that the 45,000 from ECP was for?
Is for that, go back up, Daniel. Right there, the masticator operation, $450 an acre, oak and maple.
Oh, okay.
Which I know I saw lots of turkeys up in that portion of the So,
Have you seen?
yeah, I got video. I should have put it on.
Oh, no,
I'll get it on the pictures.
Okay, so the question is the mastication operation, is it a valid operation for turkeys? Will it benefit turkeys?
Or other uplands.
I'd probably go with other upland, not necessarily turkeys.
Okay, to what percentage would you recommend?
I guess. What are we at? It's at 100.
100 big game right now.
I would go maybe 5 or less.
I'd say I'll bail you out. I won't go more than 5, but I would go 5.
He'll take it.
Someone make the motion to do it?
I made a motion,
Just
as long
amend
as we
it.
added some upland, and we did, so.
Okay, so we have a motion to add some upland and to
But
approve the
that does
project.
include, this money
Okay.
does include the Z dikes, right?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't request any money for the Z dikes because our plan was to use volunteers. I guess I could add
Remember
some
this
staff
later
time,
on.
Yeah, if we put some
Okay.
in-kind in
Yeah.
there.
in-kind staff time, volunteers. We're using on-site materials. It's something we can do just with, if there's enough rocks in there. It's just a method of using materials on site.
We have a motion from Steve. We have a second from Angie. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
Duke it out of the
Okay.
parking lot.
Thanks, Angie. You got us out of jail there.
Did that get
Okay.
changed? Cause Randy's gonna hold that over my head.
It did. It got you.
Okay,
Allison's working on the scene.
thanks, Shane.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna move to Southeast Region projects. We're gonna start with 6851 Salina Creek. Days.
You want me on that
Yeah.
side? Sorry. I was gonna make Allison nervous for a second.
Yeah.
It's okay, cuz.
So I'm TJ Cook. I'm the restoration biologist out of Price for the Southeastern Region. This project, Salina Creek, mostly prescribed fire. There's a little bit of lop and scatter and some sagebrush work, but I want to say it was, let me pull up the acres. I showed 9,000 acres of prescribed fire. So big project. Kelly Cornwall is the one bringing this to us. He's got a great track record of getting fires lit down their forest. They've been working in this area for several years. Daniel, if you go to photos, I believe there's some pictures from some previous work that they've done down there. So yeah, they've been burning down here for several years. Been able to get a lot of good things done. They're just asking for some more money to keep going on this project. So there are a couple of guzzlers they're asking to install with this one. I want to say 2 guzzlers if I remember right. So definitely some benefit for some big game, providing some water for them as well.
You guys have changed all these numbers.
Sorry. They're updated.
Doesn't mean they're updated in the correct direction.
I like that one.
So it did rank as the number 5 turkey project in the region. We do think there's some turkey benefit down there for them.
Rough grouse. They're really rough grouse then.
See, I saw, well, and I'll just start because the south and southeast, by the way, I want to talk to you before you get to that. Okay. One of your other projects. I'm not buying the rough grouse. I don't ever see rough grouse.
Not buying that they're there, not buying that this is going to benefit it.
I'm not buying that they're there necessarily in this habitat. And I'm not completely sold, you know, where this is at, because this is a juniper area. I mean, you just don't get forest grouse in those areas.
I think the top end of this is in the Aspen zone. So yes, pinyon juniper up into Aspen. But let's get out this next fall and let's go find some rough grouse down there for you. Cause there's definitely grouse in a lot of these types of areas, in the Aspen at least.
10% benefit?
I'll let you tell me on that one. I don't know if I want to get in the weeds on telling you how to spend your money.
So, you know, and this is, I would rather have this conversation when the southern people are here as well, and I don't think we have any here yet. You're not, no. But, and I wish COVID, not the staff, but I wish COVID is, because this would build on the conversation Kobe had with us last time. So many of these projects, you go through and read projects, it's all focused on big game, and I get it. And so that's not a bitch about that. But these projects are for big game. If there's some tweak, how much of a tweak could there be to make a true benefit to do something different, a small portion of it different that would actually make, you know, directed at upland, that would actually make it different? Because what I'm seeing, especially in the southern region, there's a ton of these where like 100% everything's addressing big game, and as an afterthought they just throw in a percent just because, like, oh hell, I can, and I throw it in there. But what is actually being done to target upland? So on this one, and there you have some others, what is actually being done other than, oh well, it might help? What's being done to actually target upland?
So I would argue the work that is getting up into the Aspen will benefit, but they're not doing it specifically for upland game. You're 100% right in your frustrations with these projects.
Excuse me.
Well, I can pull up.
Hello?
See, that's actually an issue.
Go ahead,
Hey, this
Craig.
is Craig Rasmussen here from the Fish Lake Forest. This is one of my project areas. I do the wildlife work out there. There is rough grouse there, and we have a lot going on there. We cover some ecotones that run from the PJ up through Ponderosa, Aspen, mountain brush zone. We punched holes with some fire in there last year to improve not only for big game, but for upland game habitat. We put the guzzlers in last year. RMEF helped us install those. We're planning on putting some more in, but there's a lot of great understory that's very diverse out there with a lot of different wildlife species. Elk and deer are very dominant out there. We even have moose out there. So the work that we're doing across that Salina Creek Old Woman landscape cover not only a variety of habitats, but benefit a lot of different wildlife species.
Thanks, Craig. Any other questions or Craig or TJ on this? We appreciate them kind of piping up on that, I guess.
Randy, would you feel better if it was 95.5?
Hey, what about me? I'm in the room too.
I know you are. I know you are. Hey, I didn't say 100% zero. I said 95.5. I'm still trying.
They've been updated.
So like I said, on all these areas, I'm not gonna pretend I know all these areas, you know, so I have to base a lot of it on every one of these, I look at the map and look at the pictures when I don't know the area.
Right.
And so looking at the map, looking at the pictures, this all looks like low level stuff. And that's why I said, like, I'm really questioning forest grass on things like this.
Right.
But if it's creeping into those areas and hitting it, and it's truly benefiting, great. And then the second half of my earlier comment is like, I want to see things done, you know, and hopefully, and you weren't here for the last meeting, but Kobe's talking about how they're going to hopefully introduce some upland training for the biologists so that when projects are done, something can be focused on or tweaked that would more benefit upland. You know, so that's my thing. So if you know, and I believe you when you tell me things, but if you're telling me this is getting into Aspen and stuff like that, where it's going to benefit forest grouse, I can see some of my money going there.
Okay.
But if this is all lowland stuff, which is what the pictures presented, if I remember correctly, those are the things that give me heartburn.
This is the top of the man tag. It's not uncontrolled development. It's not the highest of the plateau, but this is the top of my set.
What's that, that summit 72-ish?
Yeah.
Keep zooming at the April.
Hey, Hunter.
There's a lot of oak up there.
92.
Toured this area for a different tour a few years ago, and it's right at the threshold of pinyon juniper and into the Aspen. So I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve it.
I'll second it.
Okay.
We have out there, cut most of PJ out of there, it's starting to encroach just a little bit in that area. So it's just on that borderline, but most of it's above the PJ zone. Yeah, Aspen, Ponderosa, Mountain Brush. There is some PJ in some different areas, but very diverse.
Okay. Thanks, Craig. So we have a motion from Tyler. We have a second from Steve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay. Thanks for on that one. Next project, 6932 Eastern LaSals, phase 4.
Okay, so this is a project, south of Moab, north of the town of LaSalle. Majority of what we're trying to do on this project is poke holes in, the oak down there. It's dense oak, hard to get through, hard for stuff to get through it. And this is from the Forest Service, and they're wanting to treat 280 acres of.
TJ,
Yes.
I'm gonna stop you right there.
Okay.
Sorry, because we've got 4 minutes and then they're gonna do this shakeout thing. So before we get too deep into this,
You want to just take a break?
let's just take our break now. For 10 minutes, we're gonna take a break. We'll come back and we'll
Start on this one?
start this one clean.
Okay. Yeah, let's
So, we're gonna be on break for 10 minutes, basically until about 2:20 or 10:22 or 10:25. So.
Do we have to exit the building?
Oh. Okay, thank you. All right. Coming off our breakdown, we're gonna start back up with, project 6932, right? Eastern LaSals Phase 4.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so, mastication in the oak zone on this project, 280-ish acres on the forest. The idea is just to poke some holes in that, break it up a little bit. They've got a lot of, the oak in the southern part of the region especially is highlined, so the idea is bring some of that down, let wildlife browse on it as it's low, and open that area up so that things can get through it. There is some lop and chip associated, some private properties further south, and then there's some stream restoration work over there on the BLM, going in there and doing some one rock dam BDA type work to try to enhance that riparian area. So it's a good project. The Forest Service has been trying to get this one off the ground for several years, and just having a hard time making a go of it. So we're hoping that this is the year. They reduced their acres a little bit, so we're thinking we can get it done with this one, but it was it ranked number 2 for a deer project in the region, number 3 for elk, and then number 1 for turkey.
Why are all the parts put together, TJ? The stream seems a little disjunct from the oak and the other section.
Just lumping projects within that area to try to help them rank within WRI. So they're a little bit separated, but not too bad.
And we actually constrained that this year. We made kind of a change. You've heard a couple of folks mention that we put $1 million limit on project proposals, but we also did a geographic limit to try to tighten them up a little bit.
You said there's a private piece in this?
Yes.
Landowner explain that. Landowner chipping in, can we access it?
That portion's coming from Forest for Our State Lands. I believe that is in preparation for some prescribed fire that the BLM is hoping to do later on. But I'm not 100% sure on that. I think it was part of the Eastern LaSals project last year. 2 parts. 2 different parts. So yeah, the BLM wants to do some prescribed fire and all this, and the idea was to reduce fuels around those properties to protect them when they get that project up and going.
Okay, and there looks like there was 50 grand of conservation permit money on this project. Any questions?
I'll make the motion to approve it.
Okay, we have a motion from Tyler.
Second.
Okay, we have a second from Drew. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. All right, next project, 7091 Mormon Pasture Mountain Cutting Pile.
Okay, so this project is one that is near and dear to my heart. We've been trying to get this one off the ground for a couple of years now. Forest Service project. Basically, what we need to do is go in and reduce fuel levels underneath this ponderosa in order to get some prescribed fire started. So there's 200 and I don't remember what exact acres, 234 acres that we need to do cut and pile. Then they can burn those piles. That's in preparation for over 2,000 acres of prescribed fire. So basically, right now, if they were to burn it, the fire would get too hot on the top of that ridge. It would kill all their ponderosa. So if we go in and reduce fuel loads, then the Forest Service is hoping to be able to burn it from both sides of that canyon up to the top. So it's a great project. basically altered fire regime. We just need to do a little bit of prep work, and then we can go in there and introduce fire and get this back to where it's supposed to be. It is located within Bears Ears. The Forest Service has approached us saying, hey, you know, we've done some veg work in-house, but we haven't had any contractors or anything work within the monument yet. And they're really wanting to get some work done because it's an allowed practice within the monument, but no one's cracked that nut yet. So they're really hoping we can get this one pushed through, even if it's phased and we don't get all of it done like we'd like to. But they really would like to show that we can still do work within the monument. So
Do they have hope for date for the burning?
So I believe this work would occur fall of 24, and then they would hope to burn fall of 25.
So this is one that didn't rank very well through WRI. The sportsman's groups kind of went back and forth with this one and blanding and decided to put money on blanding. So I think this is kind of a, you know, like TJ said, they may be able to phase it. I guess what I want to hear from you, TJ, is like, what's a number? Because it's all got to come from this council if it moves forward.
I don't even know what's reasonable to ask for. If we cut it in half, you know, if we ask for just over 100,000, is that attainable, or is that too much to ask for and we need to break it into thirds?
What would that, how would you phase it? If you want to do a pile and burn, and then you want to burn the whole thing, you would just burn a smaller chunk of it then?
So we would cut half of it this year and then ask for more money to cut the other half next year. We can't apply fire until we get all of that top burned.
So
Probably pushes the burn off for another
the
year.
hand cut and pile, that's $1,000 an acre, right?
Yes.
I mean, the burn is just the Forest Service coming in and lighting it on fire.
Yeah.
So,
But we can't do it until all of the.
well, I mean, they could probably still go up and light, you know, if they got time.
Well, and yeah, or if they have time or the conditions, you know, all of a sudden you get, you know, green light on conditions, even if it's partial, they might.
Right. The Forest Service did take a good hard look at their 235 acres. Last year was a lot more than that. They really honed it in to say, okay, this is the area we absolutely have to get cut. So they're trying to, you know, sharpen their pencil a little bit on this one. We're just having a hard time getting it to rank out through WRI. So I think this is one of our medium level projects.
But it was, you guys did rank it number 3 deer project and number 2 elk project in the region.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Very important project to us.
I don't know. I guess I'm looking at Steve and Ken kind of just, how would you advise on this?
What's the breakdown on it?
So we didn't,
We didn't provide.
it
Habitat
because-
money, it'd be all right.
Yeah, so like Tyler said, the sportsman's groups didn't put money on it because they were considering this and another project to put it on.
I mean, it's already only a 200 acre project. I hate to chop it up in thirds.
Yeah.
Honestly, as much as TJ loved to see this happen, as much as I'd love to see us working in the monument, I think we table this and put it off till next year.
And that's understandable.
Hopefully it comes back with a better WRI score. And to me, with the sportsman's groups kind of choosing not to put money on it, that kind of tips my hand is kind of what I'm thinking.
That's what I have as well. And it's very expensive if we get it called this year. So, I have to sell about 30 for it.
We definitely have to sacrifice other projects.
Yeah,
So unless like.
But you could-
Want to see this happen.
but you, in case it is feasible from a money standpoint, you could approve it, but then in our final funding meeting, you could just say, you know, for Steve and I guess for Kobe and the council, you could say it actually probably is further down the list of where you would.
Contingency list.
Yeah.
If we were to approve it, then how does that work for next year? If it didn't get funded, is it still just in the queue?
No, it'll have.
No.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't do.
No, they'll bring it back, yeah, they'll retool it and
Rewrite it, maybe add a BDA here.
We've had conversations about needing to do that to help it rank out, yeah.
Okay, I'll make a motion then. I'll make a motion to put her on the contingency list.
I'll second that.
Okay, okay, we have a motion from Tyler, to put it on the contingency list, and a second from Steve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Can I ask a technical question?
Yeah.
I'm good with the decision. It's just, I used to do prescribed fires and I wonder why the Forest Service wouldn't just burn the top first and then, create a space up there that you're trying to do with the, the lop and gather. Was that discussed?
A little bit. So Daniel, I think there's in the images, I think there's a map on that. Kind of talk about it. The concern is with the ladder fuels right now, if they were to burn the top, they'd burn it Ponderosa. So they have to do something in order to get it ready for fire. So once they burn it, it's going to be burning the piles on the top, understory burn on the top, and then burning both sides up to it. So it's 3 or 4 fires rolled into one. They can't just, sadly, they can't just run in there. But that kind of gives you an idea of some of the different phases of the prescribed fire.
The other thing is, by this time next year, the management plan should be in place. They'll have chosen the alternative that they're going to go with. Because I do worry with how in flux the management plan is down there, whether or not this would get canceled.
Okay. All right, let's go to the next project. 7077 Landing Big Canyon Bulldog. I think this is the one that you were talking about that the sportsman's groups preferred out of these two.
Yeah.
So
yeah, there was discussion back and forth between that project and this project. This is a pinyon juniper mastication just outside of Blanding. There are $200,000 worth of NRCS dollars currently on the table. They're hoping to get that contract built this spring. We're just asking for a little bit of extra money to help diversify the seed mix and cover some of those costs. So it's a trust land parcel, but the permittee is willing to use their farm bill funds on this. So it's a good project. They're hoping to do a little bit of one rock dams in that gully to try to retain a little bit of water. But yeah, good project. Asking, I don't know how much we're asking Habitat Council for, 28.9. So
what made the sportsman's group prefer this one over the other one, Tyler?
I think it was cheaper.
Because I'd like the other one better than this one, to tell you the truth.
I honestly think that's what it came down to, because I think they thought they can get this one done with their funding and some money from here. The other one wasn't going to get done.
It was kind of a last minute cherry pick one that they were about out of money.
Okay.
We're currently seeing a lot of use for deer in this area.
I think there should be a collar map on here somewhere. Not this exact parcel. They kind of go around it. We're hoping if we go in and do this treatment that we will see some more use within this. So yeah, there's this heat map. So yeah, they kind of come off there and talking with Dustin, they're hoping we can get a little bit more use in this area.
Is there better places to do this project over where they're already at, or has it been done?
I'm not sure what other treatments have been done over there. I don't believe that's part of the permittee's grazing regime. So
Gotcha.
it's, I mean, we are partnering with their NRCS funds. So if there's not a trust land parcel over there that he has, then it wouldn't make sense for him to use his funds there. But
I think that's one of the things we're trying to figure out too, is when we have populations that have pretty good that's that Black Mesa area. It's pretty high density. If we could actually spread them out and make use over to the east, that'd be fantastic.
Right.
I mean, just the fact that you got a willing landowner that's gone after $200,000 of NFDS money too is always plus for me.
And we've got 80 grand of ECP committed, and we're only lacking 28, well, 29 grand. Do we have a motion also?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, a motion from Steve. I'll second it. Second from Randy. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay. Motion
Thank you.
carries. Thank you, TJ. All right, we're gonna go to some Northeast Region projects. Let's see.
Can we actually
Yeah,
start? I was hoping maybe we can take a look at some of the images from one of our past projects.
Remember to introduce yourself, Tom?
Oh, yeah. Tom Patero, impact analysis biologist in the Northeast region.
So this is 7053 Willow Watershed Habitat Improvements? Right?
Yes. Yeah. But can we take a look at project 5934? And just go to the images. So I just wanted to highlight some of the work that's been done in this area.
Where do you want me to start?
Let's take a look at the BDAs. Go there, and then we can just start scrolling down. So over the past few years, since fiscal year 23, we started doing some projects down in this area, working on BDA projects, working on access issues, and Tori's been doing a significant amount of treatments, like bull hog treatments and whatnot, in areas just in this watershed. And so this upcoming phase that we're doing, we're hoping to improve on some of the work that's already been done. And so if we keep on going down, there's some pictures of some exposures that were installed. And so just in this area in general that we're working in, so Aquatics has installed some exclosures and had really high success in bringing back some tree species. We've got some cottonwood, we've even got some apple down there growing, and they're doing pretty well. And so you can kind of see that a lot of the roads get washed out pretty easy. So this fiscal year 25, we're planning on doing some improvements there as well. So yeah, this is some of our exposures that are down there. And so Aquatics has been doing a significant amount of maintenance on them. And that's the bridge that we installed in fiscal year 25. I mean 23, sorry. All right. So now if we can go back, just wanted to give a little bit of context and highlight the area in particular that we're working on. All right. So for this phase, what we're hoping to do, so we're doing a tibuthiron treatment, spike treatment for the south. That's mainly on that's primarily focused on the mule deer summer range, crucial range down there. And then they're in our Meadow Creek and Willow Creek area to the north up in Salina County. That's all taking place in our WMA. We're planning on doing just some mowing and seeding there of some older sagebrush, trying to improve it for mule deer and elk, and bison as well. And then in those sections on the west are areas that we're planning on constructing some wildlife exclosures and planting some more trees. This area, there's just not a lot of good structure down there next to the stream, so we're hoping to improve that riparian area. And yeah, that's pretty well what we're doing. We're also just access issues. The road gets washed out pretty easy. So this last year, we noticed that the road was pretty well underwater for a good portion of the year. So we're hoping to just improve that, the funds there, and then improve the crossing across Willow as well. These pictures are all just of where the spike treatment is taking place. Yeah.
What elevation is it there?
It's around 7 feet tall. So this altitude, luckily Tori put that on there. So thank you, Tori, if you're watching.
Can't the altitudes are on the right bottom?
Yeah. But like down in Meadow and Willow, it's around 6,200, I believe, down in the valleys.
If we're spiking sagebrush at 6,200, do we have concerns it won't come back?
I don't have a good answer for that if I'm being frank.
My understanding in the past, the miles of some of these projects, they're just a pretty wide rate. And those were kind of the Rogus area, what they call them.
Yeah, and this is pretty close to the Rogus area.
We've had that before.
Had what happened, Kent? Sorry, I missed it.
We've removed a lot of sagebrush in the past. It doesn't always come back. That is a challenge. I get, and that's what I was thinking. Elevation wise, it seems like once you get higher enough, it's not an issue, but at low elevation, it's gonna be an issue.
They plowing it or mowing it or?
And I don't know all the details. It's what was.
Does he have a rate? Does he talk about his rate in there at all with details?
Yeah, I will. You just want to tip it.
Gotcha. I got a question. I see your road walking out. How your BDA's holding up?
So the BDAs, I think, so we don't build our BDAs with the intention that they're gonna last forever by any means. So in some areas, they are holding up pretty well, but, I'd probably estimate that like about half would need maintenance, the upcoming years, but there are a handful that wash out, probably need to be refilled if we want to maintain that specific objective for the area that we installed the BDA out.
Gotcha. Is that something we can do with rock instead, or is it?
You know, so in my experience, what we build BDAs for in this area is mainly to widen that floodplain. And so oftentimes in the process of that BDA expanding or widening the floodplain, it becomes, it's no longer a full block or a full dam of the stream. And so you gotta go in there and you gotta do maintenance on them anyways. So if we did do rock, we would just be putting an intended permanent structure in this area, which I don't think that we want to do that. In general, these wooden structures, they last for a while. They widen the stream, hopefully raise the water table, and that's what we want.
We kind of walk a little bit of a tightrope with water rights when it comes to these structures.
Right.
And so the temporary nature of BDAs gives us a little bit more leeway to build them with regard to
Yeah,
water
because you
rights.
still pass water.
Gotcha.
Stream easily. Any other questions on this one?
Not to beat the dead horse, but did we have an answer on concerns with sagebrush that low being treated this time?
So we looked up, there was a 2.5 pound per acre rate for tebuthyrone for the chemical that they're using. I think,
And it's actually higher elevation where they're doing it.
okay,
This is out on the end of the Book Cliffs. And this on Sitla. Sitla's done a bunch. Sitla did a bunch over on like Three Pines, which is just a little bit further to the east. And I've been out in that area, and there's still a lot of sagebrush where they've done it, but where they haven't done it, there's like basically no understory. It's just really thick sagebrush. But where they have done it, it's released a lot of the understory, and there's still a good amount of sagebrush there. So I think if it's similar to that, which it looks like it's, you know, really adjacent, quite adjacent to it, that,
Oh,
yeah, it's
down
the
south.
stuff down south.
Yeah, so it's the higher elevation.
Yeah,
Well,
that out on the end there.
Some range is the really limiting factor in the book club, so. I don't know. Some more grass and forward.
Zoom in.
Yeah, use a tree.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
and where they have done it in the past, it looks great. Like it's, there's,
Yeah, we definitely coming up into the sagebrush cautiously, I think, but I know Miles did a bunch of.
Is there a reason that it needs spikes and it just can't be? mechanically?
Yeah, I mean, you could do it mechanically. It's kind of dealer's choice out there. I know Sitla loves the TEB treatments. So, I mean, it's kind of like, you know, good thing with TEB is you don't have to do cultural resources. You don't have to do any, any kind of clearances, and the clearances cost $60 an acre now.
Yeah, so overall, this is probably a cheaper
Yeah,
project, more bang for your
like
buck.
Allison said, they've done this before out there. It's been successful. I think it's a good treatment, and I'm not a TEB Environ fan at all. But there are certain areas where we've seen it work okay. I think this is one of those areas.
I have a question about the BDAs and bison. The bison just beat the piss out of this place, just, forever. And by, broadening the floodplain in the riparian area, are you adding to the bison attraction? Is it an attractive nuisance for bison? And how do the BDAs stand up to that kind of abuse?
I would say that we are definitely trying to improve the riparian area, and any benefit to wildlife, including bison, we would be in favor of. As far as like intentionally kind of amassing them to that area, I don't think we're out of the issue for that. As far as the BDAs holding up, I'm not sure that we've been doing this long enough to say definitively how well they would stand up to just bison pressure. But we definitely filled them with the intention that they're going to last at least a year, and I think that the bison aren't going to damage them anymore to like impact that longevity that we're aiming for anyways. Yeah, I think that's where I'm at with that. I hope that answers, but
it does. It's just, that place, the stream has just been, really beat on by bison and wild horses.
Yeah.
And, I don't know that putting BDAs and increasing more, grass for them to come and, eat is maybe the answer for the stream and the 3 species that we're working on as far as the fisheries end of things. That'd be my concern. But I love BDAs, don't get me wrong. It's just, when you look at that stream in particular, there's a problem. And, it has to do with a couple of animals in there.
I would definitely say that the intention is to hopefully have beaver in there at one point, in the future. They are there, just not in the numbers that we would like. But I would say that if beaver take that over and are willing to do that maintenance, then the longevity of the BDA would be an issue.
So is it on your transplant list then?
No, not currently. But
should it be?
Yes, I would like it there.
I mean, you've got to build the habitat first, I imagine, before it ends up on that list. So it's tough. We went and visited. This was a habitat council several years ago, and I'm with you. It's a tough situation with those giant animals out there.
Especially guys that year well.
Yeah. Good question. Any other questions on this one? Looks like we have ECP money for 27 grand on this, and we're looking for about 29 from the council. We have a motion from Tyler. Seconds.
I'll second.
Okay. Have a motion from Tyler to approve, a second from Angie. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. Project 6829 Red Creek Flat Restoration.
All right. So if we can start at the imaging documents, we've got a slideshow just. I want to show the PowerPoint. I think it might be in.
It's on the images tab.
I think starting here, we'll kind of give some good context for why we decided to pursue this project. So in 2012, some big exclosures were installed just on the Red Creek Flat, just on Red Creek in the Red Creek Flat WMA. So there you go. So you can see in 2012 what it looked like on the left, 2013. We can go through these pretty quick though. just kind of see where it ends up. So some plantings were done, silver buffalo berry, cottonwood, some currants were planted in here. And we just really wanted to improve the riparian area. This area is actively grazed. So building the exclosures, we just wanted to really show that we could improve the amount of woody structure in the area, really improve the riparian area. So, you know, so there's also a significant amount of milkweed in the area. And so what we're hoping to do, using the evidence that we have in these exclosures, is that these exclosures work and that we can establish some larger woody structure in this area. The plan is to install some goalie plugs using a method that was shared to us by the Forest Service. And there is hammers in the area. That's that picture for the reminder. But we're hoping to install some goalie plugs at specific areas along the stream. And then the areas were selected because they had the potential for backwater, increase the riparian area, and then depending on how well those do, install some exclosures in the area that's opened up riparian wise, and plant some more trees and brush in there. That's pretty much it. Along the corridor, we're also doing some tamarisk treatment. And yeah, that's where we're at. So yeah, I don't know if you want to keep on looking through this PowerPoint. There's quite a bit of it, but
can you explain the plugs to us? I haven't heard that one yet.
Yeah, sure. So basically what it is we're taking gabion baskets. We're supposed to take gabion baskets, span the stream, came into the bank, leave an indentation in the center for the water to continue to flow over, and then just back water up. So doing structures of 2 to 3 structures in the area. The reason that we selected those is because of the pressure from cattle in the area. We want to make sure that they are going to last a little while, as opposed to a BDA. And so within the exclosures, we're planning on doing just a handful of BDAs to see how they do.
And how long do you leave the exclosures up for?
So the exclosures, depending on it's basically until the trees are past the browse line. So at this point, these exclosures have been in place for about 10 to 12 years. 12 years, I believe, 2012. And as of right now, we don't intend to take them down. So I would estimate somewhere between 15 to 20 years possibly, but 15 years is long.
So quick question for you. So it look, don't know the area, just going from your pictures, looks like you guys have done some really good work. I like what's coming up there. Question I had for you when I was looking at this on the map, there's a lot of roads and there's oil drilling in this area. Is that correct? Did I read the maps correctly?
Yeah, like if you look at the map, even so on our WMA, there is a compressor station, just we can look there. But there is a decent amount of natural gas up in the area.
The reason I asked that is what is the sage-grouse population really like? Because sage-grouse will not tolerate oil drilling and roads.
So as far as like Lex, I'm not sure what I can't remember exactly how far away they are.
I can pull it up. I didn't even think about that, but keep going because I was, like I said, and again, you guys are the experts. I don't know these areas, but that was the concern that jumped out at me. There's a lot of mineral development out there, which isn't a bad thing unless you're talking sage-grouse, and that's a death knell to sage-grouse.
Yeah. So I would say like when one of our comments are you referring to the comment from Brian Maxfield?
If he did, I missed it.
Okay. So Brian left a comment. Just right there, that's pretty well what he said. So mainly bird-rooming habitat.
Yeah, no, and I'm all for riparian habitat, but is there a sage-grouse population out there and how are they doing?
So I would say that they without speaking out of turn, I would say generally there are Lex within the area. I believe they're within 10 miles. Brian would be the expert in the area. But if you've got it pulled up,
I'm trying to get to it right now. Sorry.
I don't want to have to eat my words here in a second.
Oh no, and like I said, this isn't a trap. You know, this is just me not knowing that. So that's what I'm asking. Could you back out on the map, Daniel? So I could point it on, so I can correspond. Right at the border. There's one that kind of sort of on Bender Mountain.
Is that on the diamond side? There's a diamond side on the other side of the green.
It's on the other side, south of there.
Okay, so Bender Mountain is the closest sage grouse left. Known one, anyway. So I'll be honest, I like the project a lot. I don't like the justification for sage grouse on this one.
Tyler, do you know if this is getting any WRA money yet?
I don't think so.
I'm asking for 30.
It's right on the edge. So if you only got the 38, did you guys still do good things up there?
Yeah, yeah, we could. I would say we'd probably prioritize, getting rid of the tamarisk, just because we have a commitment from Wyoming that they're gonna work on and just on their side.
That's good. I'm glad you guys have started working with Wyoming, because that's kind of what we talked about on the tour up there is, you know, a lot of your issues are across the border. So I'm glad to hear that.
And I would like to say that there was interest, especially from the grazers in the area, for how the golden cleanse would turn out. And we would like, you know, if we wanted to cut back on that, yes, I think that we could do it.
Does this go to ESMF by chance? Let me check. I know this is kind of your regional, you know, cross section project. And I know we funded it for many years. I'd really like to see it get funded again.
It did.
Yeah, so you have some requests on here.
Just a question. You mentioned, or in your funding breakdown, there's 10% sport fish, I believe.
Yeah.
And I didn't see any Northeast Region aquatic biologists or managers as contributors to the project. And Red Creek is not a high priority fishery for the section and state, so.
Where's the justification?
Right.
For that? If we can go back to the comments in particular. So Red Creek, I think that the justification is that the Red Creek is a tributary to the Green. So Ryan Mosley left a comment. So I think specifically the last couple of sentences, just high turbidity from Red Creek is really impacting or some BSC sections. So anything that we can do to reduce turbidity on the Green in that area in particular.
So sediment into the Green?
Yeah, that's been the issue with this project forever, is trying to reduce the turbidity into the. Hence the name Red Creek. and the need to go talk to Wyoming.
Any other questions on this one?
I mean, I like it. Like I said, it's kind of been your regional cross-section project for years. I don't know why I didn't rank very high in WRI. It's something we need to work on for next time, but I support it. I'll make a motion to approve it.
Okay, we have a motion.
Before that goes too far, I'm not comfortable with the justification of the safety grouse on this. And again,
Let's put it on sport.
you got beat up. I apologize. You've had a rough stretch.
I'll amend my motion to put the 10% up on sport fish. Cause it's the green. You love
It
the
is a green.
gonna say, if it's supporting the green, that's not a bad idea.
Mosley likes the project.
I know it is.
Okay, we have an amended motion to adjust the percentage to 20% sport fish and 80% big game. We have a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a second from Blake. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. All right,
Yeah, thank you.
thanks. Okay, our next project, 6974, Vinnequin, Lop and Scatter project. Who we got for that one?
I think Bob's on there.
Bob, is that you?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so this project, it's a Lop and Scatter project.
Bob, maybe introduce yourself before you jump into
Oh, yeah.
too much.
Yeah, so Bob Christensen with the Ashley National Forest, biologist over on the Ashley.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this is a Lop and Scatter project. It's actually a last phase of a larger project that we've been doing over there. And the project is located just to the west of Highway 191 that goes from Duchesne to Price, kind of in between there and Timber Canyon or Strawberry Reservoir, just kind of the general area there. But there's a lot of mountain meadows. There's sagebrush, mountain brush areas that we're trying to maintain for wildlife. Most of the conifer encroachment is Douglas fir with some pinyon and juniper. The photo there is on an adjacent ridge that we did 2 years ago. That was a before photo. And then the next photo should be an after photo, just giving an idea on the before and after effects. So it's maintaining habitat for elk, deer, sagebrush, mountain brush, obligate species, and those high mountain meadows as well in that area. Our studies have shown that there's been quite a bit of conifer encroachment in those areas, and as well as the photos show it as well. So the areas, there's 761 acres on this last phase of the project that we're going to be doing. The project overlaps migration corridor that's indicated in Wildlife Tracker. Let's see, we're estimating about $60 per acre. So a total project cost of just a little over $45,000. And we're going to be doing monitoring. We got some veg monitoring plots that are long-term. We've had there for quite a long time, and we'll continue to monitor those veg plots over time after the project. Also using a crew, contract crew to cut those encroaching conifers as well. And it's a pretty simple project, and that's about it. So I'd be happy to take any questions.
Yeah, 761 acres. We're looking for basically the full amount from Habitat Council, 45,600, 100% big game. And what Bob says, kind of the end of a multi-phase project, 10 years.
Yeah, this is one that came out low ranked through WRI. Didn't get a lot of love from the sportsmen's groups. I mean, it's a good project, but we're gonna have to fund the whole
Any
thing.
love? You said it didn't get a lot, and I can't remember.
I don't think it even got
I
hurt.
don't think
I
it
don't
got
think it
picked.
did either.
Yeah.
It was low, so it would have had to have been cherry picked.
Oh, yeah, I don't think we heard it.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay.
The Forest Service isn't funding any either.
Yeah, we talked about that, the Forest Service end, and unfortunately, there's a lot of other projects higher priority where funding has got shifted to. So this year, anyway, didn't have any funding for it. So that's why we're coming to WRI and Habitat Council for funding.
I just think this is one that's gonna end up dropping off the list in the funding meeting. I think we ought to just put it on the contingency list now.
What? So The other phases are fun, but why was this one different?
Landing, right?
Yeah, I mean, that I would think so, in my opinion, but yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I'd have to look at
Yeah,
the
we
ranking
just-
and,
And phases of projects are based on money. So if this was just what was left over after previous years,
Asked us to talk about it in this piece.
no,
It was ever brought up. So no money was ever thrown at it because it wasn't ever looked at.
it might just need a little help with the proposal.
And did Derek comment on this one?
Yeah, so in the past, I'll just chime in there. On other phases of the project, there was we had some stream restoration work that was done in conjunction with other phases of the project, which helped the ranking in WRI. And on those phases, I think that's what helped it out in the ranking.
Yeah, and it didn't get high enough rank for deer and elk out of the region for it to get heard in ECP.
And I think it was on the list because it was a 6 deer.
But it was low, so it would have been
Yeah.
cherry picked.
Like I said, I don't think we heard it and nobody, like Tyler said, nobody cherry picked it, so it didn't get brought up.
I think Derek, I mean, I agree. It seemed like a good project to me, but it's not gonna get funded.
yeah, Derek liked it.
I wonder if you go back to some of the conservation groups, if they still have a little bit of money. Yeah, like
you.
maybe. You'd have to call Troy on that one. That's out of my wheelhouse. But you know what I mean? I would like to see it go. If it's the last phase, part of me wants it to go through.
I'd make the motion to approve it. Let's sort out the funding.
Okay. I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion from Kent Covey to approve and a second from Tyler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Will
Any
you
opposed,
really
say
quick
no.
click on the species thing real quick? Okay.
Yes, I just might comment with there's been a lot of talk about upland game. Dusky grass is on there. The comment was made by Brian Maxfield that dusky grass would use the edges there, so cleaning up those edges would benefit dusky grouse, and I agreed with that, so we put that on there as well.
Should have put it in the funding then too.
Well,
Throw it out there.
you know, we've already voted, no backseat.
I know. I didn't say
Evan,
anything. But just for future reference.
Evan from
They throw it all in there, but then they
Yeah.
forget the funding. part.
Evan from Mule Deer Foundation said, glad to see work like this for big game in that area, and previous comments have been helpful. So, okay, we're moving.
Yeah,
on.
and I realize the upland comments have been in the past, so I recognize that.
Thank you. All right, thanks, Bob. Okay, we're gonna move on to Southern Region projects now. Our first one is 6862 Little Creek Watershed Restoration Phase 1. Let's see, looks like we have Curtis Roundy online for this one. You up for this?
Yep, I'm on for this one. So sorry I couldn't be there in person. I had some family things come up last minute, so I apologize for not being there in person, but I'll do my best with the online platform. I appreciate you guys having this as an option. Little Creek Watershed Restoration Project Phase 1 is the #1 ranked project in WRI in the Southern Region this year, and for good reason. It has variable components to it and multiple landowners. So there's Forest Service land in this project, there's BLM land in this project, as well as private land in this project. And it was a collaborative effort between all of those parties. So starting out with some of the treatment types that are going on here, if you go to the map you're seeing here, there's meadow areas on the private land that abut into the Forest Service, which are critical areas for elk calving and deer fawning, as well as used by turkeys during the mating season. And then they utilize the Forest Service adjacent to it for their roosting, as well as the riparian corridors where there's going to be work done to remove the pinyon and juniper out of the cottonwood galleries. The woody debris that's being removed is being placed in the stream to benefit the trout utilizing the area. There's also a component of mastication where they're going to come and grind trees and seed. And there are some areas where there is rabbit brush issues going on in areas where it should be mountain sagebrush and the grass forb components in there. And so there will be some brush mowing, and as well as fencing off some spring heads to protect it from overuse from livestock that utilize the area, as well as the elk herds that kind of wallow those spring heads out. And so there's a lot to take in this one, a lot going on, but overall collaborative project put together by lots of different fronts to do great work for mule deer, elk, turkey, and as well as benefit the livestock grazing permittees that utilize that area. So pictures kind of show current condition of some of the meadows and the areas that are being looked at to be benefited. That's the mountain sagebrush community. That would be, lop and scattered and remove the pinyon and juniper out of it. You get into the mastication components and then on down into the riparian habitat. So with that, I will take questions from this group.
Okay, questions for Curtis?
I'll just say this is the type of project that always does well through WRI. It's got, multiple ownerships, multiple partners, funding from the NRCS, funding from the BLM. Yeah, this is
a $2 million project. It got, you've got it up there. So 88,000 from conservation permit money. They're asking for 40 from us. You say it'll probably get funded through WRI, right? It's got BLM money, Forest Service, in kind, NRCS.
Number one project out of the Southern Region, which has almost 60 projects every year.
Overall, it was ranked number 2 for deer, number 5 for elk, and number 1 for turkey. And I think those rankings fit the work that's happening here. The ask from Habitat Council is 85% big game and 15% upland game. I think there's probably an argument that could be made for some sport fish. There is work happening to the stream and there are sport fish there. It's not a highly utilized fishery. And for that reason, I think that's a decision you guys will have to make, but there is some work for sport fish going on this one. I don't know where it fits or what the right feel there is. It's not fished heavily, but there is a population of sport fish that will be benefiting from some of the work done on this project.
So it's currently split at 85 big game, 15 upland, but thoughts? Motion.
Sort of a big project.
A big project. From us, they're asking 40 for a $2 million project that has sportsman group support and all the partners and WRI, number 1 WRI in the region. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, that's.
How you feel about sport fish?
It's one of our few southern Bonneville conservation populations. So regardless of what it is a fishery, it's important from a conservation value.
Like 10%. Okay, I'll make the motion. You can make a substitute motion if you want. I'll make the motion to take 10% off the big game and put it on sport fish. And
second that.
Okay. We have a motion from Tyler adjusting the percentage to 10% sport fish. We have a second from Drew. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carries. Okay. All right, next project, 6828 Rocky Ford Watershed Restoration and Resilience. We got Gary for this one.
Well, I'm Gary Bezel, the Habitat Manager, pinch hitting for Kendall Bagley, who was pinch hitting for Stan Gurley, who left us, if you hadn't heard. So I've had stable staff for years. And so I'm doing
One up here.
hired. So
The camera can get you better.
The camera.
Yes.
The camera. So one of these projects, I've got to pick one here. I'm going to present as our best ruffed grouse project in the region, just to let that, you know, I've been listening.
Thanks, Gary.
So, right on this one.
Like it.
So, Rocky Ford is actually a really awesome project. I putting all the notes aside up here on this Table Mountain area. I went up in there hunting elk with trail kreitzer years ago, and I'm just blown away by the turkeys, deer, and elk that were all over up in there on that Table Mountain. As you use that Kingston Canyon corridor from Otter Creek down into Kingston, elk trade back and forth between Monroe and Dutton. Seasonally, all the time, they're constantly crossing through there, and this is just an awesome project that's hitting an area to just help a lot of stuff. The turkeys use that river corridor all through there and then up the canyons, and so it's definitely a true turkey project. I haven't hunted turkeys here, but I hunt turkeys in edge habitat where we do bull hog all the time. This is the classic stuff where we're taking a riparian corridor and then the little gullies that they can work their way back up into. It just is the stuff that trips my trigger when I think about it as a turkey hunter. So 5,400 acres of lop and scatter, 104 acres of lop and pile. That's a little riparian section that goes down a little gully that's got some cottonwoods up in it as well that feeds down into that Kingston Canyon and the East Fork of the Sevier there. There's also a guzzler going in just back south of Circleville there. Another great project that was ranked number 10 for deer in our region, 4 for elk, 8 for turkey. And Tyler said it just a minute ago, we look at 60 projects. So sometimes you hear a number 10, you're like, oh, that's a ways down the list. In the southern region, it's not that far down the list. That's a pretty good project. And with that, pictures that kind of show the type of area we're looking at, some of the lop and scatters, maintenance type of stuff. And then this is the stuff that feeds up into that Table Mountain up on top. Collar data, either deer or elk. I don't know. I'm guessing probably elk. Like I said, I was pinch hitting, so I didn't look very hard. Didn't get into the pictures, so I don't know what they've got in pictures here. But yeah, definitely right there in the center of our crucial winter habitat for mule deer on the north end of the Dun there. So I believe our ask from Habitat Council was $20,000. Another one of those really good projects where, like Eric talked about, that Stan Gurley, our farm bill biologist, has kind of been the project manager putting all this together. But there's BLM, there's Forest Service. We didn't get up quite into the Forest Service. That's to come in a future phase. But NRCS through the grazing committee is on board, and that funding is approved, has been granted or awarded through that contract process already. So we're moving ahead. So 70, 20, 10. I looked at that waterfowl one as I was prepping. It surprised me to see waterfowl on the list, but there's definitely a lot of waterfowl hunters that jump shoot the East Fork of the Sevier through Kingston Canyon, and that lop and pile work that I talked about goes right down into an oxbow off of there. So I'm assuming that's where they made that determination that there was definitely some waterfowl there. Cool to ask for it and Habitat Council not added in your species list though, right?
Just a knowledge question for you, because I like this project. I think this is a good project. On those heat maps that were very popular put in this round, for some reason there were a lot of them.
There's a WRI ranking category that says to
use. Okay, is that why? What is the time frame on those? Or is that a year round?
It all depends on who ran them and what they put in for the inputs when they built the map. I would assume most of them probably, I would hope they would get about a 1 year window to show a migration corridor. But they're data.
Everyone will
you probably know.
But you can put it for whatever you want. I would hope that it's beyond the migration corridor and it's actually looking at use during the time that it's supposed to benefit. The migration corridor is great now, but use is what puts fat on animals.
Yeah, and I think that as I cycled through these pictures, there was one showing the heat map showing in the crucial winter and summer months, this is where their main use is. And then there was another that showed the migration.
Because one of these, and I would have to go back and look, was what prompted that question and knowledge question was,
and this is that
sage
area I
grouse
was
call.
talking about, that Table Mountain where there's just deer and elk everywhere, and the color showed it.
I wonder if we could make a modification to these maps and if you make a heat map, put a date in the upper corner.
I think you have some control over that process, so.
I just put colors up.
We know the people.
I do, I know.
It used to be better, but he's gone now.
I think that's a good suggestion.
It would just, yeah.
Because it's a good question, and when we look at them right here, when I'm pinch hitting, I just am like, yeah, we threw some cool data there, but.
We asked them to add that information to the maps. We gave them, Evan DeHamer put together a really great how to and ask, one of the things was to include that information because it's important to know.
Yeah, we'll continue to emphasize that.
This is primarily a winter range project, but it seems to me, I would imagine we're focusing on that winter.
Got real quiet.
Sorry, I imagine we're focusing on that winter time frame if it's primarily a winter range project.
Yeah.
Once we get up into the forest, then the summer will become more important.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, any other questions on this one? 20,000 from Habitat Council. How did this rank out in WRI?
Yeah, that's my next.
It's up there.
Yeah, it was I think it was in the top 5 if I remember specifically right.
Well, that being the case, I'll make the motion to approve it.
Okay, I'll second it. Okay, we have a motion from Randy to approve and a second from Steve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Say no. All right, motion passes. Okay, next one, 6852 Gooseberry Phase 4.
Gooseberry, I believe I've got somebody online, Craig or Kelly. But if they're not, I'm prepared to handle it.
Looking, I see a Craig. Yeah, Craig, you on?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. So Gooseberry Phase 4 project, did you want to present that?
That, Gary can help me out. Kelly's out on a prescribed burn today. We started that this morning, and or today he's preparing for that. Gooseberry's had a lot of activity the last few years. We've done some chainings in the lower part of that. A year ago, we've done a lot of mastication, and we've worked on the private with some mastication. I was up that way yesterday. Our guys have moved up to work on the mid-elevation mountain brush kind of area with their machines right now. We're proposing to extend that PJ treatment across that landscape. It's critical mule deer winter range. There's turkey in that area. There's, of course, deer, elk, turkey, a lot of small game. There's sport fishing in that area, Rex's Reservoir and some of the small streams. There's private land considerations. So it's a mixture of overgrown PJ habitat that needs cut back and treated to enhance big game winter range and turkey habitat. We've seen that happen where we've treated before in that country. So that's just a quick rundown on what needs to be done there. We've got some photos in there that show some of the work that's been done in that area. If you want to go through those real quick. Oh yeah, and we've had several acres, hundreds of acres of hand cutting with our hand crew out through that area. All that area there has been cut. So between hand cutting and mastication and chaining, we've really hit the PJ hard, and there's some additional acres that need to be treated. There's a combination of work that's been done on the private land. The mastication just completed about 2 weeks ago on the private, and they've moved on to the forest just the 1st of this week.
Clint Wyrick is another partner in this project that with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Partners Program does a lot of private land stuff. A lot of the private land portion of this project includes fences, pipelines, springs and troughs around Lost Creek Reservoir. So really, really cool stuff. Craig, I believe that's the grazing pasture CWMU for that private land. Am I right?
Jorgensen's. Jorgensen's Ranch, yeah. I don't know that they did any on the grazing pasture. Those two are side by side, but I think it's all down in that lower country. I think it's all the Jorgensen's that was just sold a year ago and is under new ownership. At least 80% of it was sold.
This one on the list, your rough grouse does show up. If you were to look at it on the map, a lot of it is winter range, but it touches on the upper end in the mountain brush community where they're doing some of their, it's the not transitional, I'm getting my stuff mixed up, but I reviewed the rough grouse habitat requirements, and I think it's fall that they're in there using the mountain brush and foraging a little bit, so.
Yes.
I'm the expert you are.
Interesting thing about the Jorgensen Ranch, yeah, the Rex's Reservoir area. I talked to Mr. Jorgensen, who's the older owner, and he said years ago the sage grouse were fairly plentiful there, and over the years they disappeared, and he thought it was, due to the PJ encroachment and that kind of thing. And so as we go about treating that PJ and that entire area and the chaining and everything, we're hoping to see sage grouse extend their range back into that area where they were historically.
So another really big project, lots of partners, and just trying to hit the whole landscape, doing the right thing as we go.
75 grand of ECP money committed.
There's also GIP as part of it. We talked about fences, troughs, pipelines. So we did go to those partners as well because it makes sense. They should be part of that. And Fish and Wildlife Service there too.
900 grand from WRI.
Is it gonna make it?
It might get cut in half, but it'll get funded.
When we get to projects this size, it's always scalable. You cut it in half, so.
Any other questions on this one? 20 grand.
What portions of the project's on private?
It's a very small portion. If you go back to the map, you could see it. Majority of this is just the other stuff. So the private's mostly this little stuff here in the donut hole in the middle. It's the pond work, the pipelines, and some troughs.
They chip in or?
I'm trying to remember if it's this one or the other one I read, where we're buying materials and they're going to be installed. That's typically the way Kendall does most of the stuff he puts together.
So, yeah, you've got UDAP for 25, other 25.
So that's going to be the partners for one. And the UDAP dollars probably largely going toward that portion. Yeah.
25 from.
But I make the argument every day, anytime we do something to improve cattle distribution and cattle and how they're using the landscape, we're doing good things for wildlife too.
Okay.
I'll make the motion to accept them.
Okay.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion from Randy to approve. We have a second from Steve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. Okay, next project, 6880 South Beaver Phase 1.
Okay, this is the one we're going to call a real rough grouse project. This is the real deal. It's not the focus though, I'll give you that. So we had, if you click on adjacent projects, I think can back up just a little bit.
You're being targeted, man.
Yeah. I did catch that.
Just wanted to the audience know I'm listening. I don't just drive up here. I was listening to the old man at the sea, and then it got to be time, and Kevin was like, "You got to turn off your book and listen to the meeting." So the sharks were starting to do marlin. It was hard to switch. But, yeah. So if you look at the turquoise color there, this is the Thompson Creek fire that happened last summer on the Beaver unit. Really good fire, wildfire, and one that we just got excited about for the moment. It happened in the middle of nowhere. Not impacting anything, just something where they kind of let it burn. They did manage it. They did put it out, but we've got some good acres and some good country, which is really cool. If you back out a little more, the whole story on the beaver unit with elk. Historically, 10, 15 years ago, we had a ton of elk using the south end of the beaver unit. Elk everywhere. We loved it. Then we had a big burn that I'm sure Drew loved up on the north end of the Beaver, Twitchell Creek, Twitchell Canyon, caused a few fisheries issues up there. And the elk all moved to the north end. They love burns. They loved it up there. And we just like had all this amazing habitat on the south end, but we couldn't get the elk to stay there because they loved that burn up there so much. And as they did the elk management committees recently and looking at the different things going on, that was one of the focuses they wanted to have, is trying to find ways to help more equally distribute the elk on the beaver unit, draw them, some of them off of that northern end back down into the southern end of the mountain, because there is a ton of great habitat, especially in the winter range. That south beaver, Tyler stuff back in the beginning of his career, we did a ton of work down there in the winter range. But we've got this stuff up on the forest, up on top where there's a lot of opportunity. And so we're just going to continue working through that. They're going to build off the Thompson Creek fire, use prescribed fire on 1,500 to 3,000 acres in that area, and just try to continue to build some great elk habitat while we protect the cutthroat as we're doing it. So,
Gary, was that a high elevation fire?
yeah, high elevation. So Aspen regrowth. I hunt grouse in Aspen. That's been burned all the time.
Fires are a good thing.
You'll have to let me know which projects you were targeting when you were talking about it earlier. So.
And no, it's one that I actually want to talk to.
Okay, let's do it. So ECP groups that like this project as well. I think it's about $400,000 project, if I remember right, in total. Just trying to get helicopter time to get them to burn.
What was all that up in game talk?
What's that?
Yeah, where's the upper game?
That's the funny part, right? So the reality is, like I said, I'm pinch hitting for some people, and sometimes Allison and Daniel, they make these decisions for us anyway. So.
We don't know all the details like they do, so we do our
Trust me,
best.
Steve, 90% of these now have upland on it that didn't have upland on it to start with.
So,
apparently it's got turkey too.
If we were to pick one of these, this is probably one of the better ones to say this truly is a grouse project, and turkey as well, for sure.
So give us a percentage.
I would probably.
I'm fine with
25.
100%.
He meant
It's 25.
we were talking birds.
The focus is the purpose was definitely driven by health, as I discussed, but it's definitely got true benefits for those other species.
Okay, any other questions on this?
I mean, I'd love to see some sport fish money on it, because I've never seen the sport fish money on it.
Herb and I spent a lot of time together for a couple of weeks as that Thompson Creek fire was burning, and that the opportunity that provided is we did a lot of work as that was burning to protect the creek there, and so that's now in place as we move forward. So we should be okay with these burns. So.
And Steve, realistically, I'd be more than good with 10, because the vast majority of this isn't going to benefit big game.
Yeah,
but there absolutely is a benefit.
Appreciate that.
Make it a motion.
Well, okay, yeah, I'll make the motion to adjust the percentage, give upland 10%, and then move to approve the project.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second from Angie. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. All right, motion carries. Okay, 6913, Markagant Aspen regeneration.
Back to Curtis.
Curtis.
Yeah. Markagant Aspen is a project on the Panguitch Lake unit for deer and elk. It's a phase 2 project. So we completed phase 1 last year, and this is setting kind of right in the heart of elk country and deer country for their summer range. And a big selling point for this project is we met with the elk committees for discussing population objectives. And one of the big concerns with the livestock community as well as the sportsmen's groups were the ability for these units to hold that number of animals in the summer range. And so this project is directly tied to the requests that were made and some promises that were made to be fulfilled for more summer range type project work in this area. So the pictures are showing photos of the work that we did in phase 1. First off, what we did is we came through and lop and scattered all the trees that were under 5 inches DBH. And then we came in with a feller buncher with a grapple and stacked those trees into some pretty massive burn piles and then burned those project areas. And so we did as much as we had funding for. And some of the areas that are being presented today before you guys are the continuation of what we would have liked to have done last year, but ran out of money, as well as jumping across Highway 143 to do another polygon of critical area that's maybe a little more thick and dense than what some of the other areas are, but they're all tied to aspen patches that we feel like once we complete this work, it will start to infill back in with aspen and palatable forage for these animals. They're all pretty much directly adjacent to open park meadows where elk push the cows out into and breed during the rutting season. Deer hunters are actively hunting in these areas all the way through the muzzleloader and early rifle seasons. And we feel like this project is extremely beneficial for big game. The focus on this project is big game. So the ask for Habitat Council is $10,000. We receive support from the external conservation permit groups with this and feel like this is just a really great summer habitat upper elevation project for big game. With that, I'll take your questions.
Or motion.
Why does it rank with an X
That was my question.
for deer if it's such a good deer project?
So when I asked the regions to rank them, they rank them all, but the southern region has 60 projects.
Yeah, I can talk a little bit about
So they
that.
stop at some point.
We stopped at 15. At that point, I'd asked Daniel back when he said, at what point does it really matter? And he said, for the purposes of creating that list, beyond 15, it's not going to affect if it gets in front of Habitat Council or ECP. This one kind of got there on its own merits for the other species, but.
So not thinking that it would be brought up by.
And then some of the factors when we're picking our number one deer project is population objective and where we're at in relation to that. English Lake is one that's done better historically. It bounces back quickly when it does fall. So it doesn't check all the right boxes to make it to be a number one for deer, but it's definitely a good deer project.
I think also tied to this specific project, we had the Bryan Head fire, which created a whole bunch of summer range opportunity habitat. And that was part of the discussion was this is more summer range work in an area where we had a 70,000 acre fire a few years ago. And so for those reasons, it just didn't get to that top 15 ranking, but it is important for mule deer. And if we talk to the biologist over this unit, he's excited about the work that's happening here and the benefits that will exist for mule deer.
Allison, some of these projects that were presented at ECP, the ECP money was earmarked for specific things. I can't remember, for some reason, I think this might be one of those.
We discussed just doing one of the practices. I think there's 2 things listed. And there was the discussion of just doing one of the 2 practices. So basically, there's 55,000 from ECP and then whichever you decided. I don't think we really actually decided on a specific one, did we?
I didn't know if this was one. I thought for some reason this was one that had here, one of them. We're good.
Yeah.
Indian Peaks, when we get to that one, we can talk.
Was it that one?
I remember this one being discussed as breaking apart. I think this one was one that we just put a certain amount and felt like it was a high enough ranked project that it was going to go in total as planned. And so the prescriptions here, I think, were just what they are. And we were looking for funding to go towards it, but we felt like it was going to be well supported.
I have a question. I admit that I'm not real familiar with the Panguitch area, but, and I'm not super current on the events. Does the emergency conditions at Panguitch Reservoir with the damage to the dam affect this project at all?
No, I don't think so. This project actually is on the other side of the hill from the Panguitch Lake area. So the watershed that is affected by this actually runs down the Sevier River side and off the other side. So it sends the water down towards Mammoth Creek and down into the Sevier River instead of down towards Panguitch Lake from where this planning area is. And I don't think any work done here would have any impact or positive or negative to the issues going on with the Panguitch Lake Dam.
Thank you for clarifying.
Good question. Appreciate it.
Okay, do we have a motion on this one?
I'll make a motion to approve it.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Steve to approve, a second from Tyler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. All right, next one, 6853 Lost Creek Collaborative Phase 3. That you, Gary?
Yeah, I think, probably I'll tag team it with Craig again. Very similar area to the one we looked at on Gooseberry earlier, just tipping over the other side of the mountain of Fish Lake. This one's a little confusing to me. It showed we've got a project area on the Fish Lake and then one up on the, I don't even know what unit that is. It's that in the middle of nowhere, north of Scipio, east of Levan. I don't have the Central Region people here. But anyway, this project is split between those two, which is curious to me because I don't think that matches your watershed requirement, but we'll figure that out.
No, it does.
It does fit it.
We let you guys get away with a lot this year. We'll probably tighten it down.
All right, we got away with it.
Well,
Okay, so-
just so everybody knows, the rule is it has to be within 4 contiguous Huck 10s. This is a Huck 10 map.
Okay, so we are within that. Okay, it's further than I expected that to go. So, yeah. So we'll address them as two separate areas. Then first we could talk about this area up by Yuba Reservoir, essentially up above. So it's not in my region, so I'm not going to claim to be an expert, but I've been around long enough. We've worked with them in that area because it's the same BLM office, and so we end up implementing a lot of the projects in this no man's land. It's an interesting area where the regional boundary and the unit boundaries don't actually match up as well. So it gets kind of tricky, and I think it can get forgotten a little bit. But this is Bullhog and Lop and Scatter up in that area, and then a guzzler, and then down to the south end of that unit, another guzzler. And then the area I'm most familiar with there is the Lost Creek stuff, which is again tipping off this other side of the Fish Lake, moving off the Front Range, doing a whole bunch of mechanical treatment there. Overall on the project, 1,300 acres of Forest Service land, which would be this stuff on the Fish Lakes side, and then 1,200 acres of BLM, which is the stuff up by Yuba Reservoir. For our region, we consider this our #1 deer project. Based on the Fish Lake, it's historically been significantly below objective and continues to be. So we're trying to do a lot that we can help there. Our #2 elk project, Fish Lake is just a great unit for elk. It's a really good elk project. And #10 for turkey. Cycling through the pictures, you can just see there just the typical stuff, bullhog and getting rid of stuff that gets there. So that, then look at the funding and answer questions. PCP groups liked it. BLM's bringing money to this as well. So a lot of that stuff up there on the north end of the Fayette stuff is going to be funded through the BLM. Tyler knows the acronyms. I don't know about bill or IRA or all of that.
One of those.
But something. But they're bringing a bunch of money to it. So the money we're actually looking for is on the Fish Lake side of it.
Well, the BLM does have some SITLA associated with it.
Okay.
And it's getting into the higher elevations.
The stuff on the Lost Creek side absolutely is.
Other questions?
So I actually think that the goal here is guzzlers first and foremost. That's what the sportsman's groups really put that 42 into.
Where they said that the money must be specifically to the guzzlers.
And then since the BLM is going to happen, I think we support that with the SITLA piece. I think that would be my goal. So can we put a number on that, Allison?
Mhm.
It's 280 acres of Scylla. Bulldog and seed. Is cultural done on it, you know?
Didn't see that they were asking for it, so I assume it is. Or it's a phased project, they've been able to stay ahead of it.
Just wonder if the Scylla cultural's been done.
Says it will be completed before implementation. Again, not asking for it. Phase 2, it's that's what they're working on getting done right now. I don't know.
Yeah, the only Scylla acres had our clearance completed in phase 2.
BLM and Scylla.
Thank you, that helps.
Ouch. Application.
Any questions while she's working on that?
So maybe Tyler, you can talk about WRI funding outside.
Benefiting Tiger Muskie and you. Northern White.
616.
Okay, so that's about what I got. About 140,000 is what it'll need. So with the 40 coming from here, it'll still need 100 grand from WRI, and it's scored well enough. I think it'll probably get it.
So the Southern Region will be implementing a project in the Central Region and getting it done.
That's funny. I didn't even think about that. We won't tell the Central Region. I'm sure Mark won't complain.
Kendall does a lot of projects still on that out there, so.
We won't rub it in. Okay, and do we have a motion on this one?
I think it's actually on this in the Southern Region, but it's on the Central Region. We're responsible for that. Those 3 things.
I'll make the motion to approve the BLM and Scylla portion of it for funding consideration, along with the resolution.
Okay.
What's not gonna leave that,
The Forest Service. That southern part of it.
Okay. We have a motion from Tyler. She described, and a second from Andrew.
Can you just leave it off the forest because of funding concerns?
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes on that one. Any other questions on that? Okay. 11:53, we're gonna keep going. So 6063 Beaver Unit Winter Range Enhancement.
Yes. So Beaver Unit Winter Range Enhancement on the east side. This is a project that Kendall's put together, working with multiple entities. He's got a lot of partners over there, Corey Norman with the Forest Service, Cody Pollock with the field. If I turn on the house channel, I didn't pick it that when I was starting, but it's mostly the Forest Service, yeah. And we've done, I think we called, was this saying it was a phase 3 here? If it does, if you turn on the adjacent projects, we've done a lot of stuff working along this east side that we're just kind of adding to and continuing along with that. It's one of the classic lop and scatter stuff where we're taking up Indian juniper in the winter range, trying to help improve stuff. A lot of deer use on that east side on the winter range over there, but not a lot of great great habitat. Kent, you probably remember, but they looked at the body fat out of the beaver unit. Deer pulled off this side when they were collaring was one of the lowest measurements in the state. And I know we talk about sometimes in our region, we like to talk about the highest measurements because of the longer mountain or these other places, but we have to face the fact this one was a low, very low score of body condition index. And so we're just trying to do everything we can because we know we have a lot of deer that use this range and make it as good as we can for them over there. So 600 acres of mohawk where it's dense enough that we can do something a little more intensive, and then 3,600 acres of lop and scatter. Just the classic project that you see from us all the time. Just
So, and I like this project, but where you just reference that, where they're coming in with the low body fat, what about their summer ranges? Because they come in with their body fat.
Yeah, that was the other one we talked about, the big fire up on top of this, the two of them together. So.
You got two options. Essentially, you can help summer range, you can help winter range. If they come in skinny, if you slow that rate, that works too. So you can attack it both sides.
That would be the finance, talk realities.
Looks like it's a total $1.8 million project, but through us and WRI and other funding, $450,000 they're looking for. And
Do we remember from the sportsman's group meeting were they targeting the
ARC.
The ARC?
Yep. Oh, sorry, excuse me, not the ARC, the lop and scatter and regrowth PJ. So is that 36,685?
So is that fully funded then already?
Yes.
Lop and scatter of the 667.
So I think this one's on the edge of funding from WRI. I don't know that 10,000 from Habitat Council is going to help with this one.
The reason I put 10,000 in there was the practice of like the weed surveillance and treatment. I figured that was a small practice we could grab if you guys wanted to.
Is that on top of the bullhog row? Or is that separate?
I'm guessing it's going to be a practice that's across all of them.
It's not on the map.
Yeah. Intent is to be able to do weed
Post treatment, right?
Yeah.
So if we're not bullhogging, there's no need for that. So I think just based on that,
it is something that would be scalable. With all those acres, one way of flex.
But just don't know that it's going to get enough to make it worth doing anything on it.
The other option, the other practice that's fairly small is the fence, which is 30,000.
so we could alter the amount as part of a motion to 30 to cover fence. We want
So the fence is on an allotment boundary, so it's again just to help with livestock management. The plan there is to purchase materials, and the permittee was going to do the install. That's just a very common Kendall practice. He loves to buy the materials and ask the landowner, or permittee, or whoever to get their skin in the game by doing the work. So.
Do you know white pipe fencing on this one?
Looking at the location, I'm sure it gets on a significant snow load up in that spot, and so I'm guessing just looking at the rigidity. It's a guess though. I will have to be honest.
Okay, well, that makes sense though.
I guess I'm kind of agreeing with Tyler. I don't think 10 is going to do much for us.
Like it's either got to be nothing or 30. That's kind of.
And I guess the question of the council is a livestock management fence, is that something we want to pay for?
It's a fun question. Yeah.
Not sure that totally fits our mission real well, but if it could be, the argument can be made that
just like I said earlier, anything we do to better manage livestock is doing something good for wildlife. Yeah. And as a part of a complete package, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So, we'll do package if you start preparing the project. You know, it's.
I don't know, like, it seems like I'm the grim reaper.
Well,
You still have much W rights.
I like it though. I mean, I know more than that.
I mean, this is your, I mean, if the 30 comes from us, it's coming from you.
Yeah.
And you're already.
What if birds roost on that
No.
fence? I'm gonna lean on you, Tyler. I mean,
Okay, I'll make a motion to put it on the contingency list.
For how much? The 30?
Well, I mean, if it's on the contingency, we put it on for the whole thing.
Between now and the funding meeting, I can talk a little more with Kendall, maybe a little more to flesh out if there's a way to scale it based on what you're gonna have left in the pot with WRI at the bottom of the barrel.
I'll second it.
Okay, so a motion from Tyler to put on the contingency list for 30
No, for the full amount.
for the full amount. So that gives us the flexibility to fund up to whatever that is. With a second from Steve, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Okay, contingency it is. Okay, we're gonna push through, it's 12. We got 3 more projects for the region. So let's move on. So Indian Peaks WMA Mule Deer Habitat Improvement Project Phase 5. Is that you, Curtis?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. Go ahead.
So Indian Peaks has got, this is phase 5 of this project. It's got several treatments that are planned for this phase. So we'll start with the fence. Last year we completed the south boundary fence, and this time we took inventory of the eastern boundary fence. And you can see it's a little broken up. The reason it's broken up is the fence is actually in fairly decent condition in the locations where we did not ask for fencing. So we're only looking to go replace fencing in specific areas, and those are areas that are being heavily utilized by elk crossing back and forth into the WMA. And in the photos section, when we get there, you'll see kind of the condition of that fence. But then there's a mastication portion in the center of the WMA. There's also a lop and scatter component on the northeast corner of the WMA where an old treatment was, and it's starting to infill back in. And then there is a riparian component that goes down through the middle of the WMA where there are some historic cottonwood gallery trees, as well as an aspen component that are tied to that stream bed corridor. So looking at the pictures, you can see this is the condition of the fence that is in need of repair and just heavily utilized by elk, as well as there are a couple of sections where we get shedhorn hunters who ride their side-by-sides or their four-wheelers or their fat cats or whatever out into the WMA and then come back along the fence, and it gets steep and rocky, and they cut a hole in the fence and we have a problem. So this is the riparian corridor area. You can see there's a remnant aspen in the upper elevation portion of the WMA. And as you work down the stream corridor, there's also a cottonwood component. This is pretty across the mastication polygon area, pretty representative of what you see there. This is the lower end of the stream corridor where we would do Z-dike structures and try to spread water out across the riparian area, enhance those plants. And this riparian area is utilized by the elk when they come into the WMA and rut. They'll go along this stream corridor and dig little holes in this. This is a semi-perennial stream, so there's water late into the fall quite often. They'll dig holes in there and wallow and do different things. But really, the big telling thing here is keeping the livestock and the wild horses off of the WMA and enhancing it for mule deer and elk. This heat map or collar data map shows use by elk of the WMA. If you notice, there's a big hole in the middle where no collar data points were taken. That's where we're looking to go and do the mastication work, because there just isn't any usable habitat in those areas. And so those elk use the fringes, use the outside areas where we have done work, and avoid the area where there's no reason for them to be there. So we received some support for this through the external conservation permit groups. They helped fund the riparian work as well as the lop and scatter work, I believe is what their funds were specifically for. This is an important area for the southern region as far as our wildlife management areas are concerned. We're really trying to focus our efforts here, and we've had support from you guys in the past. With that, I'll take any questions.
So before we jump into that, I'll just say that, like Curtis mentioned, this is important for the region. This is important for our section from Salt Lake perspective too, and we want to continue to support this project and this work on Indian Peaks. But it looks like we're asking 20,000 from Habitat Council. We have 65 from Conservation Permit. What was the WI rank on this one?
So I think the goal here was to get the fence, the riparian area, and the lop and scatter, which is 85 and change. So the sportsman's group came up with 65 for 20 from here. That'll get those three done. And then if WI has funding, we'll and I really like this project too. I really want to see this, WMA get to the burn eventually. I know there's some things we're waiting on there with the BLM, but
yeah.
And I can address that with you guys so that you have a bit of an update. We've struggled to get forestry, fire, and state land personnel. There aren't any in the southern area that can write the prescribed fire prescription for us. So we've reached out. Lone Peak sent some people down a couple of different times and worked on it a little bit, but they told us that prescribed fire is their secondary responsibility and fighting actual wildfires is their primary responsibility, and they just didn't ever end up having enough time. And so we feel like in order for the prescribed fire to happen, we need the BLM NEPA decision for the Southwest Desert area to come back on board and be a signed decision, and have their fire and fuel staff help us write the prescribed fire plan and implement that prescribed burn. And it would burn both the wildlife management area side of Indian Peak as well as the BLM side of Indian Peak. And so we are hopeful that that'll happen here soon. And they have been out there with us and been in planning phases of it. And I think as soon as they're on board, the prescribed fire will happen in short order. They are motivated to make it happen as well. And so the work that we're bringing forward today here is the other work that's important and critical to this wildlife management area to be done in preparation for the prescribed fire to kind of be the cherry on top and finish the work out here.
Thanks, Curtis. Any other questions on this one? All right, do we have a motion on this one?
I'll make a motion to pass it.
Okay. We have a motion to approve for the Habitat Council amount. Second from Kent. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. All right, we're gonna push through two more projects for lunch. So 7099 Parowan Front Maple Hollow Lop and Scatter. Is that you, Curtis, as well?
It is. It's me.
Okay, go ahead.
So Parowan Front Maple Hollow Lop and Scatter is not your traditional lop and scatter. What we've got on this project is a whole bunch of area that is in like mid elevation zone, tying into migration corridors for the mule deer that are migrating off of the summer range up by Bryan Head down into the Parowan Front Valley. And so we've bull hogged a lot of area. We've lop and scattered the valley floor. And these are bench areas where we see value as we walk through these areas, as we do our project inspections for the mastication, getting to and from those mastication polygons. We observed that there was significant browse components still intact in the understory in these areas. And the limiting factor to coming and masticating and seeding in these areas was access for heavy equipment. And so for that reason, we put this project together, and we've now brought it for, this will be the third time we've presented it to the groups. And BLM has secured funding for their portion of this lop and scatter work. And they have held off for 2 different rounds of our funding cycles, waiting for the wildlife management areas and the state areas of the planned area to be contracted and then the work done together as a combined project. And because of the way that ranking happens in WRI and some different factors, this one just hasn't ranked well. And so it's struggled to receive funding, but the message that they asked me to deliver to both external conservation permit groups as well as Habitat Council is they can't wait any longer. Their funding needs to go this year, and they are going to contract for the BLM acres. And so I presented that message to the conservation permit groups, and they wanted to support this project, and they put a fairly significant amount of funding towards this effort. And so that would be the message that I would send to you guys is whatever additional funding you put on this project, we will expand the contracted acres to the maximum potential that we can to do valuable, beneficial work for mule deer and elk and turkeys. Those are the 3 key species that are going to be benefiting from this effort and this work. With that, I'll take questions.
Thanks, Curtis. So yeah, it looks like we've got 85 grand of ECP money. BLM Fuels is 208 grand. And so you were asking from the council about 140, 139.7. Questions?
That money would all be put on wildlife management areas along the Parowan front too. So this is money specifically for wildlife management area work.
Quick question for you, and this may be unfair. I don't remember who wrote the write-up on this. But the comment was that the turkey population has dropped. And if I'm remembering correctly, it was saying for unknown reasons or not sure, something like that. It was kind of a vague thing. Why is this going to help? If you don't know what's causing them to decline, why are you saying this is going to do it?
So this is going to help for a couple of reasons. The work that's being done here is being done in and adjacent to the areas that they move up and down these drainages on. And the work that will be done on this specific project is areas that are hard to access. And so when turkeys got in and around the Parowan front WMAs, it was really close to town. It was really easy access. And then they moved into troublesome areas in the wintertime, and there were fall turkey hunts that targeted those populations. I think a combination of those 2 factors were pretty detrimental to the turkey population in this area. And so this work is going to allow those turkeys to feed and forage in open areas along these drainage basins that are much more difficult for people just going out for the afternoon to go and just annihilate a population, plus hopefully create areas that keep them out of the cottonwood galleries around Parowan and Summit and areas where they're creating depredation issues, which is what caused the need for a fall turkey hunt here. The fall turkey hunt, since the population has dwindled, has since been removed from this area. And I think this would allow this population to expand once again and be utilized in a more beneficial way. That's the best answer I can give you.
Okay, appreciate that.
You clicked on the comments. I wasn't aware of those comments, so I just want to see.
And I'm not gonna, I didn't write down who made the comment, but it was very specifically in there.
Was it a comment or was it in the write-up?
Oh, no, you know, it was in the write-up, excuse me.
Now, I wrote the write-up on this project, and I was trying to be transparent with you in explaining the benefit and the need for this project, that the turkey population has been dwindling and is shrank to a population that is no longer needing a fall turkey hunt. And a lot of the people from town that were going here as their go-to area to go and hunt turkeys are having to find other areas because the turkey population just isn't what it was 5 to 10 years ago.
So now just as conversation, because, so I like this project, okay, and I think it will benefit the turkeys. And I know we're not supposed to talk about it until next meeting, but I'll be realistic. I don't know if I can justify $21,000 though.
So I'll address that just real quickly and do it what we want with it at this meeting. Whatever dollars, we're gonna do a contract regardless. BLM's put the $200,000. So we're going out with a big contract. Whatever money we get through ECP and this group is just gonna define how many acres get done on the WMA. So shrink it, grow it, whatever, we'll use it.
So if we wanted to shrink the upland amount, we can do that.
And I think if Steve sees benefit to the big game benefit and wants to put more money towards it and say, yeah, I see a real benefit there. And when the funding decisions get made, the percentages adjust. I think that's fair, but there is certainly upland benefit here. And when the population booms here, everyone that's close to town takes their kids here and hunts turkeys. It's a really, really popular area to go and utilize for turkey hunting.
No, and I won't even dispute that. I like the project. I'm just saying realistically,
That's
I don't
bigger
have,
ask than we
yeah, 15% of that dollar amount is roughly $21,000. And
Would
I don't
it
have
work
that.
if we did 90% big game? Cause I'd rather do, I mean, I love doing the projects on our own land, WMAs, division land. I love that, you know, BLM works, Forest Service works too, but you know, so that would help, Randy.
Well, and, you know, we have real support on this from conservation, permit money, conservation groups, so.
Yeah, I like that.
I would want to push this up as close to that 140 as we can.
Whatever you get, it'll just shrink or grow what we contract on the
BLM's got to spend their money, so let's.
The other additional thing I would say to you guys when you're considering this is a couple of years ago, this technique of cutting phase 2, phase 3 pinyon juniper in some of these transition corridors was relatively unknown to how well it worked, what the benefit was, whether or not we should be spending this amount of money in this type of area. And the BLM pushed forward with this is now going to be 6 or 7 different projects that are the same type of project that we're talking about right here on their own lands through their IDIQ contracting because they felt like it was unsupported through these groups. And they've heavily monitored those projects and it's proving to be extremely beneficial and they want to continue this type of work. And so it's something that now we can stand here before you guys and say, this isn't trial and error. This is something that's a proven treatment that is going to work. And we've done it adjacent to here, both north and south of this, and it works. It does what we're hoping for it to do.
So what if we do this? Let's do the 90-10 for now, and I'll just put it on my list because it's one, if I don't have money at the end, this is one I will look at. Because again, I like the project, but just money wise, there's going to be an issue.
You know that
at the next meeting.
And I think this is a good one. If anything that the sportsman's groups put money on gets orphaned in the end, this would be a good one to ask them to reassign to.
Yeah, this way could be potential for
There's several paths to get there.
back up there. Okay, do we have a motion on this?
I'll make a motion.
To adjust the 90-10?
Yeah.
So we have a motion to approve adjusting percentages to 90-10. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Tyler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. Okay, we're gonna burn through one more here. 6937 Pine Valley. Is this you, Curtis?
This is also me. I'm presenting this one for and in behalf of Rhett Boswell and the Dixie National Forest Pine Valley Ranger District. This is on the Pine Valley Deer Management Unit. It's a general season unit for elk. And this was a very important project from the mule deer perspective. So it was ranked number 5 for mule deer in our region with our habitat and big game biologists. And so for that reason, we're bringing it and talking to you guys about it. But the ask here is for mastication and seed. And then there's also a cut and pile, and then they come back and burn those areas, as well as the affected area is an area that they want to do treatment in, but they don't have the archaeology for. And so they're coming to do archaeology in that area. And so generally the ask here is the Forest Service has wildlife crisis strategy landscape money for the mastication and generally the seed mix. They're asking for some additional money from Habitat Council to be able to diversify that seed mix. And I talked with Rhett Boswell, the biologist planning this project. And if we can't come up with the total amount that we're asking for from Habitat Council today, they do have the ability to shrink or expand the project area to meet the needs or to adjust the seed mix accordingly. But their funds are kind of tied and earmarked specifically to what they can and can't spend them for. And so if we really want a super diverse seed mix here, we need to support this one at some level so that we have the ability to diversify that seed mix to really do the beneficial things that are going to happen for mule deer specifically. There are some turkey that use this area, but I think the main benefit here is mule deer.
Thanks, Curtis. Any questions?
This not cherry picked at DCP.
Looks like it wasn't.
So I'm going to provide just a little bit of context here. That Curtis talked about the WCSL Wildfire Crisis Strategy landscape dollars. The Pine Valley Ranger District has a lot of money in that. They're struggling with getting a strategy together in-house on how to implement with that. We're working with them a little bit. One of the places they did put some of that money towards, we are in the process right now of hiring a partner Forest Service DWR biologist that's going to help us implement projects on Forest Service. And then so 25% of that position is being funded by this Pine Valley money. We're probably going to use Curtis for that part of the 25% because we're going to focus the rest of it on the Boulder Mountain. But we're going to focus hard and push them to let's resolve the internal differences because there's a lot of important stuff to happen. So with that, I think there's a lot of good stuff that's coming out of the Pine Valley in future years. But if we can support one this year, this is the one we want to support.
Be a Tyler question.
Yeah, I mean, it got put into the WRI pipeline late. It's not that great of a proposal.
That's what I'm talking about. There's some internal strife at the being very open there at the Forest Service that we've got to work out.
Yeah, so I mean, my hands are tied. It just ranked too low for WRI. There's no way I can.
And the forest has the bullhog money. What they're asking for is the seed and the area of flight.
I mean, they'll still seed though, right? It just won't be as diverse of a seed mix.
Depends what they do.
Yeah, so there's some things that can change with that as we meet with them in the coming months to make some decisions about how they do it. They initially threw a shotgun approach at it and said, let's do these 5 projects and we'll ask WRI for seed for all 5 of them. And they were going to provide the bullhog on them, but they didn't do good proposals. And so now they don't have seed money. So now they've got to either re-strategize and say, we're going to do one project, but we're going to do it and do it right. Or so there's some strategy that's got to be developed. But this is the project our agency is going to push for being the first one to do it right.
To juxtapose this with the wildfire crisis strategy projects that are going on up here. They write terrific proposals. They're very well written. They score high. They're really easy to support. So to me, it's almost, I almost kind of want to send a message to the Dixie saying,
and we're comfortable with that.
Yeah, saying don't just think this process is a joke.
Regardless of
you got to take this process serious, because the one thing that we do for these guys is we bring their funding through WRI and through DWR, and we help them put it on the ground free of charge. So we want them to take this process seriously, and I don't think they did this time.
I agree with that message. I don't see why poor planning on someone else's part, you know, how or why we should feel pressured to, you know, to do something to, in response to their poor planning. That's my opinion.
We don't disagree.
Yeah.
The reason we continue to push those, it's a really important project to Jason Nichols. So it is an important project to us, but if it's a year down the road, because we've got to get the ducks in a row, it's what it is.
Yeah, and like you said, we'll have a biologist down there. It'll help make these proposals better. It'll be more important next year. I think it'll rank better next year. We're doing a ton of cultural resources for them right now. We'll see a lot of projects from this area in the future. So I'll
So with that,
make a motion to.
go ahead.
I'm gonna make
Back
a
up.
motion to table this one.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion, table, and a second. A motion from Tyler to table, a second from Drew. Table, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None, so motion passes to table this, and hopefully it can be retooled, looked at again, brought back next year and ranked better, and they'll take it more seriously. That's not your guys' fault.
No,
So, yeah.
we're part of the message that I talked about. That obligation sends that same message.
Okay, with that, we're gonna break for 45 minutes till basically 1:10 for lunch.
Can I say something before we break?
Sure.
I just want to thank Gary and Southern Region. Your projects are, I mean, the partnerships and the thought that are put into them to value all species and all things is something that everybody should take note of and try and imitate. So thank you.
Thank you. We're trying, but we lost a good guy that helped with that. We just got early, so hopefully we get the replacement.
Yeah. Okay. With that, we're gonna go on lunch break till 1:10. Thanks. with, we have our Central Region projects next, big long list. We're gonna start with 6842 12-mile mule deer and watershed restoration project. Go for it, Robbie. Introduce yourself, too.
Yeah, Robbie Edgley, I'm a habitat restoration biologist out of the Central Region. One of them, we also have our other new restoration biologist with us today, Danny. So now we got 2 in our region, so we're really excited about that. So, this is a project it's just one of my favorite projects. It's one we got a lot of help with from sportsmen to help get cultural and wildlife surveys done early on to be able to get the NEPA done over a large area. I believe we cleared 8,000 acres for NEPA in the 12-mile canyon that's above Mayfield. So yeah, basically we've cleared it so we can treat all that whole side of the west side of the Skyline Ridge in that watershed. So we'll be working in this watershed for many years to come. And we've done two phases now, 2 treatments. So we've in the Aspen conifer zone going in, it's steeper slopes, so we have to go in with hand crews and cutting the smaller trees and piling them, and then we go back in and burn them. We've done about 1,000 acres of that, and we can look at the pictures here in a second, but we've been able to really get a good burn off of that. They've let their drip torches, burn those piles and some of the surrounding vegetation. So it's really been awesome. It's been more of a prescribed clearing area. So this year we're asking for more acres to do that treatment here on the south. So that'll be cut and pile. And I believe it's about another 500 acres. And then up here on the north is using a different technique where it's not so steep, and we can get it's called a feller buncher, basically a big track hoe machine that has a head on it that can grab the trees and cut it and then lift the tree over and stack it. And so the Forest Service has one. It's called Ernie. Is there a nickname for it?
We need a driver.
Yeah, I know, right? It's definitely, definitely a pretty cool machine. And we did a bunch of work in there. It's just really thick conifer in that area this last year, and we'll continue to finish working in this same area where it's shown there. And we've already got big piles piled up. I believe I have some photos of that we'll be burning this fall. And so kind of similar thing, just bigger piles and bigger trees that we're able to get there. So really exciting to see what will come back after we burn those piles, the aspen and understory growth. That'll be great for big game. And then the little skinny lines the first in the upper elevations is just beaver dam analogs or BDAs that we have planned. We'll be starting some of that this spring. We already got the stream permits all in place, and I've met with Gunnison Irrigation and Mayfield Irrigation, and they really didn't express any concerns about doing work up higher in elevation there. They're really concerned about erosion, a lot of landslides up in that watershed, and so they feel like anything that will help catch sediment in the stream is a good thing. And so we'll be doing more of that just to improve the riparian area. I really am a strong believer that those riparian areas are important for big game, especially during the fawning time of year. Getting that high quality vegetation near the stream that's really green and high in nutrients. So, and then also benefits everything else, right? The fish, this is a blonde cutthroat trout, I believe, are in this drainage, and worked with Michael Slater and Chris Crockett, and they're supportive of what we're doing to help stabilize those streams, especially where there's so much down cutting and erosion. And then down as we go down in the
I just showing me the price breakdown, and I realized there's a free project here, so thank you.
Yeah, we're not done yet.
Too soon.
Should've stopped
Sorry.
talking.
Keep going. You're doing fine, Rob. You are.
And then, so moving down into lower elevations of this watershed, we have our 12-mile WMA is kind of a light brown there. And we want to do a lot of juniper work and oak brush thinning, kind of where it transitions up the hill slope there. And what's really cool is this is actually going to provide a fire break here because we want to burn this whole mountain, what's called Order Mountain. And the Forest Service is working with us on building a burn plan for that. And as part of that as well, they're going to do some lop and scatter down here below. So basically that'll give us a good fire break that we can just let fire run up to the ridge top there. And then there's an old pipeline, there's that little skinny line there that basically made out of cement. And we actually broke part of it last year when we were doing some other bullhog work. And that's what got us connected with the people who use that water, and they've asked to partner with us to repair that line. And then when we do that, we can shoot off just some different troughs to spread water out on our property and get some more water for wildlife. And then I just included, they're working on building a new reservoir there. And that's connected to a whole NRCS watershed project. And they're almost done with the NEPA portion of that. We contributed some money last year to include in their NEPA the forest health treatments up in the upper watershed. And what that does is it makes us eligible for about $25 million that will become slated for this project. And so we're really excited about that. We won't get that whole 25, will go to the reservoir and a lot of the other things they have planned, but about 5 million of that they think will be available to add to our forest health projects in the future. Hopefully that all works out.
Where's that funding coming from?
NRCS. Like a special.
They've got all sorts of money right now. Just keep figuring out how to spend their money. That's awesome.
So hopefully that'll all come together well the next couple of years, and then we can start tapping into that. This is just showing some of the. This is before and then after. Was that same tree? This just shows how thick some of that conifer is. A wildlife tracker. We don't have a ton of. We collared a bunch of deer down lower, and they decided not to go where we want. But we got a bunch of elk using this area as well. Excellent.
Yeah, come on. You didn't be on it last now.
But this kind of shows.
You have to put a memo with that collar.
I was gonna say kind of prod them along, a little vibration, like.
Tells them where the expected route is.
Talked about maybe trying to capture some in the summer and
Maybe it's like a carrot.
Yeah, with a little like thing that sends it. But definitely a lot of use up there. Showing how thick it is. This is where we'll be doing this is the old beaver dam. We're hoping once we get this conifer out of there and the aspen back, some of those old beaver dams will come back.
Are there still beaver up there?
And not as much as we'd like, but there's some beavers. We have been moving nuisance beavers up there to catch big problem areas and take them up there. Last year, yeah. Sit some trap platforms there. Budget for I thought it was under. It's
Well, it's as long as the WI portion's under $1 million. That's the rule.
Oh, I may not have updated it, sorry. My bad. I put the
Allison.
external conservation permit amount in there.
yeah.
Give her a
So I'm
hard
pretty
time.
sure I went
Everybody else a hard time.
995,000.
Make it feel included.
So how high is this on the WRI list?
The highest right now.
Yeah, number 1 deer, also number 2 elk project in the region. Number 1 WRI project. 260 grand committed from conservation from that money. So, questions?
You also changed all the numbers since I reviewed.
That was the broken
No, because the numbers haven't affected you. These are killing me.
Hey, they got me on one. One is enough. One is enough.
What's the purpose of the reservoir that's gonna be built? I mean, obviously water storage, but.
Yeah, I think that's more there.
It's the irrigation company.
Yeah.
Right?
It's 7, it's also to get sediment out of the system, so.
Yeah.
They have that one pond that was on the map there, that's the one they have, they need to enlarge their capacity, and part of that's to get the sediment out for those pressurized irrigation.
Is there fish in that pond already? Or
I know, but I've been wanting to get that as.
That's what I was gonna ask, is the reservoir gonna become a fishery?
Right now, we can't say that is going to be because they may drain it all. So we don't have an agreement that says they can't drain it all the way, so we'd have to have like a reserve pond.
Yeah, we'd have to basically buy water to have a conservation.
Yeah, so we don't have that yet, so I can't say that, but.
are they chipping in on this? Or, I mean, is it something we could say, hey, we'll do this, but we want X amount of feet of water in the pond at all times?
Isn't our carrot that money down the line though?
Yeah, so I'm not putting any money towards that. We're not putting, and none of this money's going towards their reservoir.
Okay.
That's just, I'm just showing that as the match that they'll be bringing hopefully to us in the future.
The reservoir is something we said no to several times, and then we were told we have to say yes. So not something we want, we're losing part of it every day. So we'll see where we can go with the fishery part of it. I'm not sure if they're gonna have a fenced off. We might have a fenced off. Keep it lot.
It does sit on a WMA.
It is on our WMA, so.
They traded
just
us
haven't been
land.
the best place for it. and-
Yeah, they're going through a process
Okay.
Just have to eat sometimes, you know.
compensate us.
Are they gonna change the ownership of that area though? Will it be WMA at the end of that process still?
Not
Probably not for trading land.
Not the reservoir filter.
But when I met with them, talked about water rights, I think a lot of people were interested, but something that our fisheries guys would have to think about.
Okay, other questions?
Motion to approve it.
I'll second it.
Okay. We have a motion to approve from Tyler. Second from Randy. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No? Okay, that one passes. All right, next one, 6888 Sandwich Mountains Collaborative. Phase 2.
I think I'm covering this one. So, is then Jacob online or anything like that?
I'm online. I can take it if you want, or either way.
Yeah, why don't you do it?
Okay.
Introduce yourself first, Jacob.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry for being late. I'm Jacob Hall. I'm a farm bill biologist for Central Utah, based out of Ephraim. So the Sand Pitch project is a big collaborative project. We've completed one phase already. This is for phase 2. The groundwork for a lot of the work we're proposing for this year was funded and done last year. So we're wanting to maintain the integrity of the sagebrush community by doing some lop and scatter of some old treatments. This project also includes some bull hogging, seeding, and then the big part is the prescribed burn. And hoping to clear out and improve some of the understory for big game and some of the upper elevations of the project. This project, like I mentioned, is a big collaborative project. It's 70% paid for already between NRCS, BLM, private landowners, Fish and Wildlife Service, Sportsman's Groups pitched in last week, Forestry, Fire, State Land, and DWR. So just hoping to get that last 30% or so paid for.
Yeah, I'll just add, this is another one of those good projects that crosses ownerships, has funding from the private landowner, NRCS funding, BLM funding. We've been gathering momentum on this for several years. It ranked well enough this year. I think it'll get funded. So good project. Fish and Wildlife Service put funding into it too, I think.
When we get things where Fish and Wildlife or whoever, when you say they put money in, is there money actually set aside, or are they waiting for us or other groups?
This one is Clint's money, so I think this one is actually set aside. There's some other public land funding that we've applied for with Fish and Wildlife Service. But yeah, this one I think is actually secured.
Did you say that there was conservation group money on here? I'm not seeing that on the funding breakdown.
Yeah.
Yes, it might not be on there yet, but
Allison's submitting those this week.
82,500.
So that's significant. They're asking 20 grand from us. From $1.2 million project overall. Good game, Mike. Other questions?
Make a motion to approve it.
Okay. One motion from Steve to approve and a second from Blake. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carries. Okay. All right. Next project, 6929 Sand Pitch Mountains Mule Deer Habitat Project. Prescribed cultural surveys. Are you, Robbie?
Yeah. So this is another project that we partnered with the LaSals National Forest. Drew Crane, who was really helpful in getting the 12-mile project going for us, is also helping to get this going. And Nels Rasmussen and Russ, all the team there. The Forest Service really been great to work with. It's exciting to see this high elevation summer range on the forest be getting treatments done on. So this year we're just hoping to get the cultural done so that we can get the NEPA process done. So it's the same thing that we did on 12 Mile. You can see how we were successful in doing that model. And so we're just trying to get ahead of the game. So as we start to finish some of this other work, we'll be ready to go here. And the Sandpitch Mountain. So basically that last project is right down here on the private. And so we're hoping to connect with the forest moving up. And really this mountain range is definitely summer range limited and a drier mountain. So anything we can do to improve that vegetation up high during the summer, I think is really going to help this deer herd out. So definitely, so it will be a prescribed burn is the plan in the future, maybe some mechanical work as well. But I believe this is a fire that was natural that happened up there this last year that they let burn a little bit. And so this is kind of what we'd expect to try to emulate with this project. And lots of deer, some elk, forest grouse, turkeys.
Well, I'll just ask. So this is to get the survey done for a burn in the future.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
So once that survey's done, how long is it good? So once it's done, how quickly do you need to get the rest of the funding in there to help?
Yeah. With cultural service, it lasts longer than, so maybe a wildlife survey, but I want to say 10 years.
Good 10 years or more.
Yeah.
Okay.
So our plan would be to get the cultural done this year and hopefully the NEPA done by, say, 2020, possibly we could be doing treatments 2025 fall at the earliest. but maybe fall of 2026.
Any other questions on this one?
I didn't see this unless it changed. It was, I know what it was. Just
All
up
upland.
hurry up and do it.
You need to, you just let me know.
The motion on this one.
I'll make the motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion from Randy. We have a second from Angie. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, moving on. 6909 Soldier Creek Mule Deer and Watershed Restoration Project.
Okay, so, yeah, Soldier Creek, okay. So this is up Highway 6 up Spanish Fork Canyon. And we have our starvation WMA is right here. And basically, the vision for this, we're kind of starting prep work as well. So this will be cultural surveys on our WMA so that we can do future forest health work. Be mostly pinyon and juniper, oak brush, some conifer and aspen work. But we really, these WMAs we want to make them the example for everyone else to follow. And so we really we haven't done any work really on this WMA up until now. And so we'd like to just start doing work. We've done a lot down on our Dairy Fork WMA. And so we pretty much do the same thing up on our starvation. And then we also have a stream restoration component, both on Starvation Creek here and there in Starvation. And I've been working with the BLM, Zach has been involved on that to do some BDA work and PALs. There is quite a bit of beaver activity actually on that stream. And so the BDAs would just be to help them out and encourage them to keep working in areas that are still incised. So it's nice when you have beavers there that you can build the BDAs, you have something to go and maintain them for you. And then in Dairy Fork, it's really been hit hard by all the fires, a lot of erosion, deep down cutting of the stream. And last year we did do some BDAs. We did about 50 BDAs in there and want to just continue that work as well this next coming year. And we did release, we didn't have beavers in that stream, and we did release several last year. And it seems like some of them have stayed and are doing some good stuff. So it's exciting to see. And right now, my technician is planting willows in the mud that the BDAs have built up. So, and then across the street, the Forest Service wants to go in and retreat old chainings that the junipers are coming back in, about phase 1 juniper. So it's a good time to hit that before it's more expensive to treat in the future. And then along the Sheep Creek Road this is right here. We get so much deer that winter there, and our Del Lichty, our previous district biologist, for years was asking us to get something going there to restore the shrub component that had been lost in fires and just outcompeted by competitive grasses that are not native. And so we finally have been able to get NEPA completed from the Forest Service. Cultural surveys are all done. And so this year we're going to start doing some planting, and every year we just want to keep asking for more plants to plant shrubs up in that area. Here's some pictures of Dairy Fork, the BDAs we built this last year. You can see how incised it is, and they're already holding back a lot of sediment. This is the area on Sheep Creek that burned and lost all the sagebrush, so we want to go back in and plant shrubs in there for deer. We'll use our Mad Max dozer to do that, where it scalps to row and plants and tracing them. We met with the Forest Service just this couple weeks ago and went over that, and it seems like they're a little hesitancy to let us do the Mad Max, but I think let's do it. And this is just showing the areas where we're gonna do the juniper removal. This shows how much deer use there is. This is where we're gonna start planting this year. Kind of interesting when you look at that. Elk on one side of the highway, deer on the other side. I don't know. Any answers on that?
Yeah, we never caught deer.
Yeah.
On the past year on the south
Yeah,
side.
yeah.
But the answer is that 6 is a huge barrier and we just never caught them south of the highway.
Yeah.
We did do some work this year. We tried to, I don't know if we succeeded or not, I can't recall, but I thought we did color some south of the highway.
Cool. We did.
We're working on it.
When we took those kids up there, Tyler, to from UVU, there's some kids that are doing a study on the WRI program, and we took them up there, and there was tons of deer tracks all over those old chains. They're there, I guess.
Yeah, we're expanding. So we used to just catch everything at last and draw on the north side of the Mentai, and we're starting to expand out and catch more towards the area for conservation.
Cool.
Conservation permit always on this one, huh? Asking 25 from this group. Questions?
Our turkeys up there.
You know what? You can go so much further if you say something other than.
You know, if we could, but well.
You know, I have a general question for you. Like on the very first picture, and you don't necessarily need to go back down here, but I'm curious with the BDAs in there, with those steep sides where it's cut in so heavily. What's the goal? What's realistically are you going to get?
I mean, here, I think my goal is to get up to here. So you can see where it's got another 10 feet just from the fires. So, yeah, I'm not gonna get up here, but to get back there.
So you can build, you will be able to build that much?
Yeah.
10 feet.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And these erodible soils, we've seen those BDAs fill up in here.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
They're already pretty much full right now.
Awesome.
Yeah. And that's where we've been sticking the willows and that fresh mud.
Cool. Other questions on this one?
I actually wrote this down before. I like this one a lot.
Great turkey project.
Great turkey project.
The best turkey project in the region.
Like that future reference, anything with turkey. And I like turkey.
We can let some pheasants go.
You sure?
He said he could release some pheasants.
Yeah.
But I'll move to accept the proposal.
Okay. A motion from Randy.
I'll second it.
Got a second from Kent. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. All right, our next project, 7010 Thistle Creek Watershed Restoration Phase 4.
Okay, this project is,
Introduce yourself, Mark.
oh, sorry.
The online folks. Anyway.
Mark
We all
Farmer,
know you.
Habitat Manager for the Central Region. This project is cleaning up leftovers from previous projects. The north there, that's on our last one job that we made. And that's finish up some bullhog work. And then further south is, we'll go down to south, is on a conservation easement. It used to be our property, and now it's a conservation easement. That's kind of finished up some juniper work there. So go ahead and go to your images and documents and PDF I've got on there. So that's kind of where we're working. We're kind of finished up pieces of both when we want to make it big enough to get contractors there and get a good price. So this is a picture we're looking to the east. Highway 89's there at the base of the picture. That's the last one draw that we made this is phase 2 of bullhog work we did a couple of years ago. Phase 1 is a little bit further south. So this area right here, straight ahead, it's called Rocky Hollow, and it gets hundreds of deer that winter there every winter. Lots of deer. So we're going to finish kind of going north. So we'll next slide. That's the bullhog work we did in 22, I think, probably. Anyway, it looks great. Anybody see the deer in the bottom picture? There's a couple of deer hanging out there. It's amazing how they gravitate towards fresh bullhog work. I know they like it. Maybe it's just the smell. I like it too. Anyway, we're trying to open this up. We're taking out juniper, we're leaving pinyon. And so it gives a natural look to it and a lot more open space, and any shrubs that survived in the understory are going to pop right back up. Go ahead, next slide. So this is the piece of property that we want to concentrate on in phase 3 of this, well, basically the last phase of this project, 410 acres or so. We're going to bull hog some of that. And the top end is the top end WMA, that's Dry Canyon there. And you can see that on the top picture, that panorama. You see that juniper belt right there. Yes, right across there all the way to the north of the canyon. That's kind of what we're looking at. You can see how that looks now. It looks not as obvious now because everything's starting to go back in. It looks pretty good. So go ahead next. So there's your polygons in red from phase 2 and last phase in green. That's kind of what it looked like before. And some of the areas we want to treat, then kind of the juniper there, some pretty big juniper. Go ahead next. Now the hilltop property is we've been working on for the past couple of years, several years as well. The bullhog, the hilltop property there is a fence line kind of in the middle. You can see that fence line. So we did some work on the north with a full-size bullhog and on the south with our in-house bullhog. That just kind of shows you what it looked like before and after. Go ahead next. So full-size bullhog, the northern part of that, we opened that up. And the southern half was an old chaining, so we were able to use a smaller machine and use our own people to do it. And we opened up that southern half. Go ahead next. So what's left is this phase 3 thick juniper you can see on the right, 2 pictures. That phase 3 is about almost 400 acres. So, you know, it'd be a lot more expensive to do these separate. So if we combine those, we're doing about 800 or so acres of bullhog. We'll get a better price. So anyway, that's the plan for that property. Go ahead next. And this is some pictures of our in-house bullhog working. And this is the trend study we have. It's repeat is monitored every 5 years, and that's kind of before the tree's grown. And you can go back on the Ranchland website, go back to 1989 and have pictures show you this stuff just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And then we kind of took out all the juniper in the bottom picture.
Mark, did you take those 1989 pictures out?
Oh, just about. Almost. I was on the crew in 92, so that was pretty close.
We need a time lapse of these.
Maybe like this. Okay, go ahead next. So here's some of the things we plan on doing. Besides the bullhog work, we're going to build some more BDAs. This is a picture of some of the BDAs built in phase 2 or phase 2. And in Thistle and Rock Creek, that's going to help improve the connectivity. So we're trying to get that stream back up to the floodplain, kind of have a little bit of ponding habitat as well as you got your runs and stuff. So kind of diversify the habitat types and does that some more for amphibians, fish. And we have these chub there. Those are sampled on those that we made. Go ahead, next slide. One other aspect, this area on the phase 1 of this project, we full hogged and there's just really no shrubs coming back in. So we're going to scalp and plant about 2,000 shrubs in here to kind of get it started. See if we can get that going. Because there's lots of deer in this area. Next slide. And that's the Van Max we talked about. And you guys have seen a few projects like this, but that's a really good tool for planting shrubs and then come back and planting seedlings afterwards. And next slide. And this is a picture of, on the bottom, before that bullhog project, that phase 2, and afterwards. Amazing difference there. So the objectives here, we're going to bullhog about 800 acres of juniper and reduce that cover on those treatment polygons to less than 10%. Retain most of the pinyon trees unless they're really thick. We'll have to take some out, but most of the time we'll leave them. Increase the perennial grass cover. We want to get that perennial grass we'll seed with an airplane before we bullhog and get some more stuff to come in. Improve our stream connectivity with the BDAs, scalp about 10 to 12 acres and plant those 2,500 shrub seedlings in the fall of 25. So this project would pay for the seedlings, then we would plant them in the fall of 25. I think that's it. There's the budget. This was what, six for deer, or 4 for deer, and 6 for elk in the region as far as how they rank. Any questions? Once this is done, we're pretty much done in this area. We'll be moving to Thistle Creek or Starvation. Starvation.
What are you targeting to benefit enough on that? Because that's a lot of, that's all juniper area. Turkey.
Well, we have the rock.
That would be a bad answer, by the way.
We have Rock Creek, Thistle Creek. And we're working on with our VDAs, so that's gonna attract birds of some kind.
Oh.
I think there's, those birds are already there.
So if there really are, and it's an ongoing joke, you get hammered.
Is birds of some kind a better or worse answer than turkey?
Yeah, no, birds of some kinds are really bad answer.
Flickers? How about flickers?
So what is it gonna benefit? Is it turkey you're looking at, or what is it you're looking at?
I mean,
Did we put up a game?
everything, but as far as upland game goes, I think everything probably the most likely to be in that area.
Most likely to be, or are they in that?
They are there, so they're more likely than other, like your rough grouse are probably not gonna go that low.
No, there's not gonna be any grass in there. Okay, no, as long as they're there, it's a benefit.
Yeah, they're definitely there, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if you go down Highway 89 in the wintertime, they'll probably hit a turkey trying to get gravel off the road. So.
Are there any ducks on that creek?
Shut up.
Well, we make our piles big enough, we might have some ducks.
So this has a WRI amount. Tyler, do you know where to shook out for that?
Yeah, it's high rate, so it's very likely to get funded.
Cool. You've got 57 grand of conservation permit commitments there too. So I'm looking for 31.7 from us.
I like the project. I just wanted to know on that part. So I'll move to approve it.
Okay. Have a motion to approve?
I'll second it.
Yeah, second from Steve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay. Motion passes. Okay, next project, 6870 Strawberry Ridge Watershed Restoration Project.
This one's one I'm really excited about because we've been working on getting the cultural, and we've done stand exams, monitoring, what's the current condition of the forest. We've been working on this, I think, 3 years now that we've come to with projects, asking for money for the cultural and the surveys and all that. So now we're finally to the fun part. This year we're finally doing treatments, and so really exciting. It's the overall project is all of Strawberry Ridge, basically from Renegade Campground all the way up to Daniel Summit. So it's about 100,000 acre NEPA that has been completed or will be complete here soon, and we're just going to start chipping away at that. Starting on that north end there, and that's going to be your cut and pile treatment in conifer and aspen, thinning that out and then going back and burning those piles. And then up there is actually getting the streams involved at Strawberry River. There's cutthroat in there, and just want to build a fence there. That's the fisheries biologist Cody Edwards from the Forest Service. This is his project to build some fencing around the creek that would keep the cows out of the creek. And then just more forest, just more of that cut and pile work. And then this is actually where we did some aspen thinning in the past, and there's some thistle issues, as you probably know, up in Strawberry Valley. There's a lot of thistle, and so we just want to go in there and treat that thistle. So some photos.
Are you gonna do that by hand? Just
the thistle treatment? I think so, yeah. Backpacks for interesting, maybe some side by sides. So you can see on that picture back there, you can see, fortunately, you see the thistle in it too, but just how much aspen came back.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And then that fellow venture,
Yeah, that was a fellow bunch.
that's pretty effective operation.
This one is on the lower end of the WRI, so we really really need money, I guess.
Even with your number 2 deer and number 1 elk.
Yeah.
And this one looks like you've got a bunch of Forest Service funding on. Is that correct?
What's the breakdown on there?
No, it's all in kind, so.
Breakdown.
Yeah, it's got two entries for NPM.
Sport fish,
610, 506.
Checking anything for that fence?
I'm sorry, I missed that one.
It was the fence to protect the creek from
the
cattle for the cutthroats.
Yeah, we can do that.
Cool with that.
I definitely want to see it happen.
We put a hell of a lot of money into restoring the Strawberry River itself. It makes sense to protect it.
Still different on the terrestrial side. We put a bunch of money in properties, buying properties, and so we're putting up fences to protect, right? Same, it's no different.
Okay. What do you say, Drew? 10? I don't know.
Let's get you guys in the red along with that. 10 sounds good to me.
That's fine.
What did you say about WRI ranking on this? Was low?
Not low, but on the lower end of high.
It's still high enough.
Still high.
What were you saying, 120? Are you thinking it's gonna be the?
Yeah, I think it's like
26.
26.
Yeah, so when it comes to our funding meeting,
Yeah.
I'll be pushing hard on this one too. It's number 2 deer, and number 1 elk, like you mentioned. So it's a big one for us. So. Any other questions on this one?
Assuming that percentage has been adjusted, I'll make the motion to approve.
I see a motion from Randy with a second from Tyler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Hey, moving on. Project Ephraim, Mule Deer, and Watershed Restoration Project.
Okay, so this one and the next one are very similar, about $100. We're going, the Manti-LaSalle National Forest, we need to give them an award at some point. They're doing awesome. So.
You're chipping away at me, aren't you?
Sorry. I was just saying, the Manti-LaSalle National Forest, they've been amazing, and yeah, we need to give them all the props that we can for what they've been doing. So, Ephraim Canyon, there's a branch off New Canyon. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's right here. So here's Ephraim Canyon here. We've done a ton of work in here. We've gone through and we've cut and slashed conifer, and then the plan is to burn that. So basically do a prescribed burn up that whole thing. And I think this year we're asking to go back in there and do some more slashing. It's a pretty cheap treatment, and then we can burn it. It just helps the fire carry up the mountain. Do some slash lines, and then want to do some BDA work down here. There's actually Danny Summers got me cued in on this old beaver ponds in that area that have dried up, and so we want to just get some BDAs in there in the stream that's been eroding, and then hopefully get some beavers in there eventually as well. Get that back to where we want it. And then down here's our Black Hill WMA, and want to do some shrub planting there. We did some scalping a long time ago, not a long time ago, but about 20. So I think when Kobe was in my position, he did that, and just get a lot of use from deer. And so that's why we need those Vexar protectors that we put on the plants, because we've noticed a lot of the the plants, seems like got eaten once they grew. The bitter brush and the shrubs just look horrible on this property. It's just little bonsai trees. And so we really definitely need to get more shrubs on the property. With the methods that we use now, I'm really confident that we'll have a lot better success. We've done a lot of planting over here already. It's doing good. Then those little lines, we've been working to get close some trail. There's a lot of trails and roads on this property. And we've been working to develop a new plan to kind of reduce that and stop new trails and roads from being created. So those are some fencing and gates just to try to keep people on the roads that are legal, and then also to help us enforce a winter closure. We've never had winter closure on this property. That's really important for mule deer in the winter time. So hoping to get that in place. And then
is it going to be closed in the winter now then?
That's the goal.
So when is
yeah, sorry.
So we can't really stop putting horse use. We usually don't. But police motorized vehicles and four-wheelers and second sides.
On all our other WMAs, we have it in place. It's December 1 to May 1. And so we just got pushed back the first time we tried, I think, is the reason this one didn't get it. So we've been doing some more meetings with folks, and we're going to close it. So good. And then this is some cut and pile work up by Spring City. So on the multi-phase, multifaceted watershed level project. And we do need more callers in this area.
We color all day on. We tried in February to put elk out in there. Struggle mightily to do the thick juniper stuff. You can help us out, we can help you.
It's a deal, Ken.
That's what those pile burning looks like. It's really neat. That's the earlier phases. It's how thick it is. That looks like after. That's the shrub plantings that we've done already on portions of the property. I'm just going to do similar.
So you see the XR prevent the browsing?
Yeah, for sure.
Because on Kobe's days, I caged some plants. Ones I caged were great. The ones that were next to it are gone.
Yeah.
Blame Kobe.
You reviewed.
Yeah, there you go.
You know, I think this was the one, I think it might be why you brought it up. I think Clint Warwick commented on all the plastic. Is there an alternative to that? Because I get protecting it. It has to be protected.
Yeah. Right now, that's the best we got. And it does break down after 5 years, and you won't see it on the landscape. I mean, I think the concern is it does have microplastics that will never go away, I guess, but not for a long time. But
okay,
we are working to come up with better options.
But there's just nothing there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
30,000 for this group.
Some kind of bird. As I said, were there any rivers in here?
$400 left. Let's get it out of it.
This is another great project. I like it. I'll make the motion to approve that.
Okay, a motion from Randy. Have a second? Second from Blake. All in favor, say aye.
Oh, yeah, and he said second really fast.
All in favor, say aye. Okay, over here, right? Okay. Motion passes. Yeah, that was number 3 deer and number 3 elk, so it's a good one. Okay, Skyline HFRA, I don't know what that means.
What?
HFRA, what does that mean? Okay. Skyline project, how's that? Thanks.
So this is, they've done it's called, they've changed the name on me like 3 times. So it's like Skyline West. What was that?
Something forest restoration.
Thanks, Dan. The Forest Service is really good at their
You guys use acronyms.
Google, that's Forest Service. So
Forest Service.
I think we're bad, yeah.
I didn't know that.
So you guys have funded several phases of the cultural, the wildlife surveys, basically going from Ephraim Canyon, where we just were looking at, all the way up to Highway 6 on the west side of Skyline Drive. So now we're gonna have all of that area all cleared and good to go to start doing treatments here soon. So this is starting to get into that work as well. And so let's see. This is cultural surveys, actually, I believe, to do future work on in the Manti, and then actual treatments up here on up by Indianola, doing bullhog work in the juniper oak brush zone.
Could have got us a better place.
Welcome, Justin. The other new code. Okay, go ahead. Go on.
So do have quite a bit of data in this area. Soil data. Just kind of have to be treating.
No, the polygon for the cultural, that goes onto our WA. Is that forestry plan or is that just?
Yeah,
Let's
go back up to that.
Yeah, this is their area. This is one of their 2 spots.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're definitely open to coming on to us too. So, and I didn't draw that polygon, but it'll probably be adjusted. So.
We've done a bunch of in-house bullhog work on that property. I think I saw into that over the past few years, and it looks great. So higher up, looks like they're looking at it's outside those little chain polygons. Probably. Anything I want to do on our property, I'll say yes, please.
Yep. So what happened is we, I was saying before, we cleared from Ephraim all the way up to Highway 6 as part of the Skyline West project. And then the Forest Service decided, hey, if we're going to go through the trouble of doing this big EA for all of that, why don't we include these other acres that DWR wants done in Manti and 6 Mile Canyon. And so we haven't completed the cultural for those additional areas. So that's what that's about. So all the cultural and everything's done from Ephraim up to Highway 6. But for them to complete the NEPA, we need to do this other stuff that they're adding.
There's not some turkey here.
I saw some other different birds on there. I see chuggers.
No wood ducks?
No wood ducks. Hey. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, so $20,000 ask from us, 620 hard money from Forest Service. Hazardous fuel money, right?
That should go towards the cultural surveys and just asking to do the pickups from us.
This one didn't rank as what's below the 120 line.
And it didn't go to the sport acres.
Correct.
On the list. It was on the list? Isn't it high ranked? I don't think it was on the list.
What is the ranking on this one, Allison? Yeah.
It's 119. Yeah, it wouldn't have gone. This is number 17 for deer, 7 for elk.
I will say, I guess I should say it, but it did come in kind of later in the process. It's not as well planned as some of these other projects.
So if
that's
we
why
don't
I
fund
didn't
it,
score as well.
if we don't fund it, you think they'll go anyways, or you think they'll come back again next year?
I think they'll do the cultural anyway, and then we'll just come back next year for the actual treatments, full hog treatments.
We are looking to fund this one.
Did they need money from us for the cultural, or they got that?
It doesn't look like it.
It's on our property.
Yeah, that was my question, is the 485 acres on our property, do we need to come up with money for that cultural? I'm assuming we do.
We'll go up above to what the cultural is 220,000. And they're providing 400,000. Sorry.
So that's 30 grand.
It's like they're covering.
So that's what I say we go for. I would make a motion to bump the Habitat Council up to $29,100, which is $60 an acre, times the affected area to cover the cultural on PWR lands, in anticipation of them bringing back for next year's funding to implement.
And it looks like they actually have enough money to do some of the implementation too.
Yeah, so I guess that's the question, is if they end up spending out all of their money on their 220K for cultural and 400K for mastication, would they even come back? And I mean, that would be basically probably us asking for work on the property.
The money that they're asking for is for the seed and the seeding.
Okay.
So that would be the question, is whether or not, like the whole, if there were areas that they could masticate without seeding.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, they're funding all the work, but without the seed, we wouldn't want to do it. So we just reduce the acres.
Tyler's initial thought and motion here to increase the Habitat Council amount to 29 still. Do you know for sure that that polygon is meant to be on our property?
Yeah, probably should. Can we do that and then I do some
Yeah.
research between now
Yeah,
and
I'd say we approve it, push it to the funding meeting. Have you come back and report back to us if it only gets 29, what's the plan? So if it's not what we think it is, then we'll just pull the funding.
Second. Okay, so we have a motion from Tyler, a second from Steve, and we have the details of that. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. Next project
This is my last
is West Needle Mule Deer Habitat Restoration. Go ahead.
And I need as much money as you can give me on this one, because I don't have any other money coming from anywhere on this one, so. So we've done, several phases of this, basically just a shrub planting project on Santa Queen WMA. And you may have seen some of the work we've done there. If you're driving down I-15, you look over, you can see it from the highway. But we've planted, I want to say, about 20,000 seedlings in the last couple of years in this area. And we want to just continue to fill up this whole valley with shrubs, basically. And so let's see, I'll go to the photos. Shows you what we've done so far. Let's go through them. And that shows you how much use is in this area. The deer just pile in there all along that whole bench on that side of Mount Nebo. And our district biologist has really emphasized to me that this is super important for him and for the deer herd, is to, especially as we may get more development in this area, to really improve the quality of the land that we have preserved on our WMAs. So that's our goal, is to just make it the highest quality habitat possible for deer and elk. There are some turkeys in the area.
Was this area affected by the fire?
Yeah, we've had several fires in there. So one thing we're hoping to do is build like little fire breaks around our shrub plots to protect them in the future. So on this one, honestly, whatever you can give me will be great, just to be able to continue to every year progress and build upon what we've done in the past. So I don't need the total I'm asking for there. So can you go up? I'm asking for 24,000 seedlings. I don't need to do that many if I can't get that fully funded. I can do a quarter of that if I have to.
Is this rank high enough to get in any people?
This is one that the sport funds groups were making you choose between this and Waldsburg, right?
We just never brought it up. And they ran out of money.
But it was like Mr. Waldsburg. No?
Wildlife tracker shows it's pretty important, right? You know, I remember driving through there as a kid and seeing thousands and thousands of deer.
Yeah, it was 10th in Waldsburg. I thought is that they were going back and forth.
This is an important property, important area. So you have on here on the finance page, go down, you're asking for 35 initially, but
I just threw that number out.
yeah, so
if you gave me 35, that'd be great.
then if we can do more, that would be, I mean, it is an important project. I guess that number was probably rated based on what could come from WRI.
Well, it was more just, it's not gonna get any WRI. What's a decent amount for them to be able to order and plant and still get some work done? Sweet, that's kind of the number Daniel and I came up with.
So I would say if we're gonna approve this, at least at 35, but if someone asks for consideration, even higher possibly. Up to the council.
Will that decision be made at the funding meeting then? Just whatever money might prioritize into this project from lower priority projects? Would that be the discussion?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. This would be another place to dump your leftover sports fish money.
All $1,500.
I'll talk to Steve because he's trying to get the rest of my 24.
Eric Anderson is going to get us water, he said, property stuff, and do a pump.
If that's the case, I move to approve it at least the 35,000, and with the hope that there's more money from, say, Upland Game or something.
Love your optimism.
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a motion from Drew, a second from Tyler to approve. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. All right. Look forward to see where we land on this one. That's an important project. Thanks, Robbie. Okay. Our next project, 7080 Gateway South Big Game Mitigation Projects. Remember to introduce yourself and go for it.
I'm Joe C. Siemens. I'm the impact analysis biologist in the Central Region. This project is on the Nebo unit. We actually got $75,000 in mitigation money from the power line Gateway South that is coming through this area, with the stipulation that that money has to be spent on the WMAs that are impacted by the power line. So we did get, and this is just a shrub planting project. So this area is the Spencer Fort WMA. It's been part of some projects in the past. It's in all this area, most of the WMA itself is at least this side of the mountain is burned. We're looking at this further southwest polygon there. That's the Spencer Fork WMA. That pink line is the power line. So you can see it went through 5 of our WMAs just in this area. So with the biggest impact being on Spencer Fork, that alignment you can see going through that whole WMA, that's a new alignment for the power line. That a lot of the existing stuff, other area further north is paralleling an existing line, but that stretch went through a new section. So, and then like you say this is the east side of that ridge from the power line. So, so we planted some shrub. These are just some similar projects. This is our Tim WMA, but see pretty high deer and elk use. And we just in this area that we're proposing, this is Spencer Fork itself. There's not a lot of shrubs left. So
It's been burned by the Wood Hollow fire back in
2012, and then a portion of it again in 2018 with Bald Mountain. Okay, so you'd get 10,000 from ECB. So.
Okay, questions on this one?
Is that all they can do?
So pretty much there's on the other side of the mountain, there's turkeys, but where we're planting, see much.
No, I wasn't gonna throw that any mechanism. I like it.
There's like I say, there's turkeys on the other side of the hill. There's grouse in the area, but not. So it's mostly benefited.
I didn't see any fish on the tracking map either.
I see 2 marina ones coming up.
I
I think
know.
you're $2,400.
I was looking at those, and those were the some of the biggest sport fish projects.
Curious to say how that gateway mitigation fund, how much is in that? I mean,
So we got $75,000 we basically had an agreement with them to work 2 weeks into our winter big game closure season. And they gave us $75,000 to spend on the WMAs that are impacted. So
it'd be just those.
So we'll have, yep. That's the ones in our region. So we can go have $75,000. I just wanted to kind of split it between years, but we have the potential to go on those other WMAs as well. So, but the biggest impact was on Spencer Forks.
Okay. Other questions? Okay, we have a motion on this one.
I'll make a motion to pass it.
Okay, motion from Steve.
I'll second it.
Second from Randy. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Yeah, the motion passes. Thanks, Josie. Okay, our next projects. I'm not seeing anybody here in person, looking online. Is this, Steve, is this you?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
Chris Crockett is
so,
with us as well.
okay, so we're looking at our project number 6864 North Marina Harbor Jetty and Boat Launch. Go ahead with telling us about this project, Steve.
Okay, so so my name is Steve Quinn. I'm with the Consor Engineering. We're working with the city of Saratoga to design a new marina on the north end of Utah Lake. Currently, there's only one public marina on the west side of Utah Lake, which is the Saratoga Springs Marina, and it's very heavily used and in demand by the public. There's been a recent expansion to that marina, but that still is not meeting the need. And so the city is in the process of developing this property on the north end to develop a new marina. The marina will support both motorized and non-motorized watercraft and provide recreational area for the people that come to visit the lake. I don't know. I know that you have the presentation there in the images and documents. Yeah, the very last one there. So we have a little bit of a presentation kind of showing you how this lays out. So we're actually, there's two, we've applied for two grants on this, one for the parking lot and the CXT bathroom facilities, and the other for the jetty and the boat launch. You could go to the next slide. So this is the location of the project, and as I mentioned, it's on the very far north end of Utah Lake. On the next slide. So this next slide there. So this is the overall concept that the city plans to implement. This is probably in total, by the time it all builds out, someplace between a $30 and $40 million project. Right now, we're working on just the far, what is the west side of this, which includes the entranceway, the main parking lot there, the jetty, and the boat launch. And so, as I said, we've applied for two different grants with you. The first is for the parking lot and the CTX facilities. Currently, right there at the very top end is the existing trail, which is part of the shoreline, Lake Shoreline Trail. So this will tie into that. We'll be providing a bathroom facility right there near the trail and at the top of the parking lot in order to be able to accommodate the visitors in the area, and creating the parking lot so that there's a facility for people to park. Currently, people come in here and they're parking on wetlands. They're not, worried about obviously where they're going in here. Some people currently use the existing, I guess you'd call it, jetty area that is on the west side of the area. We're going to create the jetty on the east side and the parking lot there. Our plan is that this will it's under design currently, that it will construct this year and become an open facility next year. Let's see, if you go to the next slide. We're thinking that by creating this, it improves recreational access to the lake. As I've mentioned before, the South Marina gets very busy. In fact, there's times on weekends where the South Marina boats, trucks and trailers actually back up out onto Redwood Road in trying to get access to the jetty. It'll also reduce wetland degradation. So we've done the cultural work on this already. We're currently working with the Army Corps of Engineers and the Department of Water Quality on permitting the area. From the original design that I just showed you there, we've actually made some modifications to that concept in order to reduce wetland impacts by the footprint that we're placing there in working with the Corps, and actually improving some of the tie-in with additional trails and things that will enhance the overall feel and I guess enjoyment of the area, but also at the same time reducing impacts and protecting existing wetlands along the shoreline there. And of course, our hope is that it will also improve watershed health in the area. The next slide. So as I mentioned, we're in engineering design at this point. We're moving toward our 90% design. The plan would be to advertise it for construction this year and have it open for public use in the summer of 2025. And then as funding becomes available, we'll add additional phases of the project until we've managed to build out the entire area. I think that's, Chris, you have any comments or anything you wanted to say about this?
Yeah, thanks, Steve. I appreciate it. I added a couple of slides. If you go to the next one.
Oh, yeah.
Just I'll mention some of this, and we can talk about this relative to funding as well. But Saratoga Springs has been great on bringing in partners, both in terms of helping with the funding, but also in terms of implementing some of the design ideas from the Utah Lake Authority, from our Utah Lake Fisheries Management team that we have with DWR. Next slide, I think, is just another conceptual of the parking lot and the CXT facilities. And Steve kind of alluded to this, but really I think their primary goal right now is for the first phase to get people to the water, to provide some access. And in future phases, we'll begin to build out some of those more luxurious amenities, if you will. So I think that's a good design, get people there, do the basic infrastructure, and then they'll start implementing some of these other features that will begin to include things like ADA compatible fishing piers adjacent to the jetty and some extra restrooms and park type facilities.
Yeah, I think it's also important to mention that in the design, we're taking water quality serious in consideration by adding LID features, bioswells and detention ponds in order to keep water from just sheeting into the lake, and especially around the parking lot areas, so that we don't get oils and other contaminants down into the lake. Including we will be putting a hydrodynamic separator in where water is unable to be captured into bioswells in order to protect the water that ends up in the lake after this development.
Appreciate that, Steve. Daniel, you can just, I think there's a couple more conceptual slides. You can go to the next one. We've already kind of covered this. There's another just conceptual picture of the first phase of the jetty and boat launch. And Steve mentioned this, but there's some jetty infrastructure already there from that old family marina that was in the area, but there's still a lot of work to do. They've already dredged, I think, about 62,000 cubic yards as well to deepen that area, and they're going to be building another jetty and doing some improvements on the existing one. Next slide, and then I'll kind of turn it back over to Steve. Next one, sorry, to wrap up. I did just want to highlight this, that this effort does support several different management plans and planning efforts on Utah Lake. It coincides very well with our plans and our goals for our Utah Lake Fisheries Management Plan. And again, it kind of, as I mentioned, is incorporating in future phases some of those more luxurious design features, if you will, such as ADA accessible fishing piers and pathways. And then also it takes into a lot of the components that have been identified in the Utah Lake Management Plan that the Utah Lake Authority has been putting together. So those two plans sound very similar. There's some overlap, but ours is obviously focused more on the angling and the fishing opportunities. And then the Utah Lake Authority's plan incorporates some of those features, but also looks more at the urban planning aspect. The next slide goes through our funding request. Steve can chime in on these, but I just thought I'd pull them in. For each of the projects, they're asking about $200,000 a piece for a total of $400,000. And for this first phase, that's roughly about 19% of the total cost.
So Chris and Steve, it's like on the funding portion of this, you're asking the council here for about 200,000. And so I'm assuming that the total cost looks like 1.5 million, that those other monies are probably coming from Utah Lake Authority and maybe Saratoga. Can you speak to that anymore?
Yes, I don't have in front of me the exact numbers on that, but we do have grants from the Utah Lake Authority, from the Department of Water Quality, and some others with in-kind from the city. With the total right now, we're for both projects, the whole first phase that we're talking about is about 1.5 million. With the acceptance of and your contribution, we would be very close to the $2 million mark. That probably is not enough to completely construct it in this first phase for the parking lot, the CTX, the jetty, and the boat launch. And so the city will be filling in any gaps there in order to be able to get this constructed.
Did you guys put in for the outdoor rec grant for this current cycle? And if so, how much did you ask for?
Boy, so I'm the project manager on this, and I've got a young man that's been handling all of the grant work on it. Unfortunately, he happened to be out of town today. He was planned to be here. I can certainly get that information and provide it to you. I just don't have it at the tip of my fingers right now.
I'm pretty certain they did put in for it, the outdoor rec grant, but I don't know how much. That's something we could get back to you and talk to Anchor.
Yeah.
And just to clarify, it's about $200,000 for each project, so $400,000 total there in that combined phase one there.
Did you, Chris Crockett, cross paths with Craig Walker on the border infrastructure program and what money he might be able to bring to the table?
Yeah, and he didn't give me an exact number. He said that there might be some available if this one wasn't fully funded through Habitat Council. So he's aware of it. I know he's thinking of contingencies if we don't have enough to go through this route. And we've also talked about making sure that the next round, the next phases, that we go through that process. We had some initial conversations with the city of Saratoga, and then to their credit, they contract out the project management through infrastructure management company, and I think that's where some of our initial communications got lost. But we're back on it for future phases with Craig.
Next question, is there some sort of cooperative agreement or MOU between Saratoga City and perhaps us on O&M on this facility when it does get constructed?
That's a good question. Not yet, but in reality, right now they're currently taking all of that on themselves. We have talked to them a little bit about the fee structures, and if there's a lot of contributions coming from our agency, that we might try to work out some sort of agreement to keep fee structures reasonable. But that's right now they're footing the bill for maintenance in the future, Drew.
Okay, perfect. And then the only other question I have is what would happen if we can't come up with the full amount? Because this is a great project, and God knows Utah Lake needs some more access. But what happens if we can come up with half?
I think the city would be happy with any contribution to help out with this. They're going to move forward with it. They find that Utah Lake does need additional access. As I mentioned, they run into problems with actually having to shut down the South Marina quite often because it fills up. They actually are in the process of finishing up a project right now that's expanding the parking and access down there. They built a new jetty down there, was it last year or 2 years ago? So they're continuing to work hard and investing heavy into lake access for the residents in that area. It's growing rapidly. They know that. So it's an important project for them, and so they'll move forward, and I know any help that they can get in funding it is always appreciated.
Perfect. Thank you.
Hey, Drew, I'll just give one more plug for it, and Steve alluded to it, but this area is one of the fastest growing in the state, the Saratoga Springs area. And also, quite frankly, this marina would not just be servicing, residents or people right there in Saratoga. It's about 8 miles from Point of the Mountain to this marina. So you can imagine that we're going to see individuals all over Utah County and Salt Lake County utilizing it.
That was my next question, was if it was open to the public or just Saratoga residents, but if it's open to the public, great.
Yeah, if they do it, which I understand they will, in the same way they do the South Marina, their fee structure is based on, residents get a little bit of discount over others who are coming in, but it's open to the public.
Okay, other questions on this one?
The only thing I'm wondering about, and I don't know, maybe I'm out of line here, but I mean, we're using fishing and hunting license dollars to help build this. And you still, if someone drives up and wants to go fishing, they're still gonna have to pay an entrance fee. I'm just curious if there's any room for negotiation with the city to negotiate a reduced rate or even a free entrance for someone who holds a fishing license as kind of compensation back to this agency and to this, this council for helping fund this. To me, this is very similar to us funding a community fishery. And I don't know of any community fisheries that charge an entrance fee. So that's my question.
Yeah.
I view it a little bit differently, or at least I do now, knowing that they're gonna cover O&M into the future. If in the agreement, this is a suggestion for you, Chris, if in the future, this agreement can be geared toward the proceeds from that fee being put back into the O&M of the project, I think that paints a different picture for me, and I hope it does for you too.
Hi, Chris.
Are you guys just mad because there's no turkeys here? Is that what I'm hearing? Hey, Tyler, we've wrestled with that one before, but maybe just to paint a slightly different picture, our state parks, we were also funded by a lot of the same dollars, still charge an interest fee. And right now the Saratoga Springs Marina charges less of an interest fee than our state park. So it is a little different. I will let you guys chew on that one. The other thing is, I do think we have to be reasonable when we are potentially only paying, 10 to 20% of the cost of a $20 million facility, that it's probably unrealistic to think that it's going to be free, open to the public with no cost unless we are providing a lot more dollars. So I have struggled with this too, but I'm just kind of painting the other side of that picture with our own state parks programs as well.
That's fair. Gotta ask, right?
Gotta ask.
And you get a couple brownie points for the turkey comment, but okay. Any other questions? These are really good questions. This project is a little bit different, but it's good for us to be asking these questions to shape how we fund things like this in the future as well. So any more questions on this? Okay. Anybody want to
Is
stick a
this gonna
stab
put us in the red above and beyond where we're at right now, or is this already accounted for?
This is already accounted for.
I already showed you, it's already accounted for.
And they still got 2,400 bucks.
We're done with projects, we gotta get that 2,400 out before we end.
You were trying to squeeze that 2,400 out of me, but it was already, this project was already accounted for.
This is your first year, isn't it? We'll get it out of you.
Oh, nice one, Steve.
I move to approve, with a recommendation to Chris to see if we can't get the entrance fee and an agreement that'll be used for O&M of the facility moving forward.
Can I make a comment too? Can we get you guys to come back? So our funding meeting and making those decisions here is in a couple more weeks on April 30th. If we could get information from you on if that recreation grant was applied for and what the result might have been of that, that would be useful for us to know as well. So
yeah,
if we can include that as part of a motion, that would be
I think reference awarding you this week or next week.
Yeah. Be good to know as well.
So substituted.
So I'll add that to my.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, so we have a motion from Drew. to approve with those stipulations and the second from Tyler. And I guess I need to ask one other question before we vote is, are we voting on both of these projects in one vote? Or do you want to vote on them separately? Because it all goes to the same larger project.
I was considering both.
Okay, so these are both projects, 6864 and 6953, which is the jetty and boat launch is one, and the parking lot and the CXT facilities as well. But so your motion is all together, both those projects.
I mean, there's no point making a bigger boat launch if you don't have.
Right, that's what I'm, okay. If that's your motion, when that's your second, okay, we'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. All right. The
Hey,
motion
Chris?
passes.
Why don't you and I sit down with Craig Walker and just talk about, how his funding lays out for the next couple of years and see if we can't work some of that money into this project in the future.
Yeah, absolutely, Drew. Let's do it.
You know, along the same lines as Tyler pointed out, I don't know if a free entrance is gonna make sense. But I wonder if there's conversation or room to talk about if you have a fishing license, if you could at least pay what residents pay.
I like that.
I mean, it's not the same, but it's contribution, I guess.
So Steve, for your information, because our vote of approval here doesn't mean it's funded yet. It just means that we have voted to move this project on for further consideration at both our funding meeting and then whatever our recommendations are there here in a couple of weeks. That goes to our leadership, our director's office, and our director who makes final decisions. And so we had let you know at some point later on whether it actually is funded or not. So
Great. Well, we very much appreciate the time and the opportunity to present and the consideration and, your acceptance of the project, and hopefully it moves on further. Thank you.
all right, thanks for being with us, Steve, and thanks, Chris, for helping out.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Thanks. Okay, so with that gets us through our list today. And so we're almost done here. So a couple things more we need to discuss before we jump off here. You have to tell me if I missed anything. Our next meeting is April 30th. That's our funding meeting through the morning. And so Daniel, tell me again, are we doing lunch for that meeting or not?
Right now, we're not planning to, but if we need to, we can make that arrangement.
Yeah, so I think what we're looking at that meeting is we're gonna have some habitat management plans to review.
We got 3 habitat management plans to
So-
review that meeting and the budget stuff.
Could I make the suggestion to do habitat reviews first? The reason I say
You're gonna be out of town, aren't
is,
you?
well, no, I'm hoping to get on if I can get back to so it's gonna be, the meeting starts at 9 o'clock here. It's gonna be 4 o'clock there in the evening. So I'm hoping to get back, but 4 o'clock's gonna be pushing it if I can get back to our hotel.
It's already on the agenda that way.
Okay.
So
I'm doing
I'll just
everything I
say,
can
Randy,
to be there.
I appreciate the dedication, but if you're in Scotland, you should stay in Scotland, is my opinion.
Well, and I will, I'm gonna have written
Okay.
down my priorities. So
Okay,
that
we
there
can talk
won't be
some more
any
before
questions.
we count too. But yeah, don't feel like you,
But if we're back to the hotel by like 6 o'clock, whatever, and this is going, yeah, I'll jump on. So
I have a bad connection that day.
we just don't want you to come home and say you're getting divorced because you were on a habitat. council.
I'm not gonna regret going to Scotland. That's
Okay.
Just send your priorities to Steve and he'll look out.
Right. Okay, other items. So April 30th is our next meeting. Other items of business. Yeah, so we'll be hearing 3 habitat management plans, potentially. 2? Okay. Okay.
Cinnamon Creek?
No, that was not on the list. Not yet. Okay, anything else, Daniel, we need to mention?
We want to talk about field tours.
Right. So we're at that point, we're not gonna schedule it today, but we will schedule it at the next meeting. So between now and then, be thinking about all this stuff you've heard about and what has interested you the most. And we'll be defining at our next meeting what our summer field tour will be.
And if you do have ideas right now.
Yeah.
12 months.
12 months.
Is there some previous projects and then the ongoing one? So just a consideration.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd be happy with that.
Robbie is willing. So, anything, anybody want to throw anything out right now? We can add to that list that we'll add to on the 30th, or you can just wait. Feel like Angie wants to say something.
No, just my face.
Okay, then.
You're just hostile in the state of wanting to say something?
Apparently. I get asked that a lot.
All right. What else did we forget? Allison, Daniel, Danny?
Is there anything on the spreadsheet that you guys want any kind of clarification on or thoughts on?
So this would be a question. I've got some, they're relatively small, but I've got some funds that I've solicited for some of the projects. We plug them. Who do I talk to about that? Because I want, that should be factored in.
I mean,
yeah. Now or just after.
Anytime.
Okay, I'll catch
Or send an
after so we
email.
don't keep everyone else.
Send a check.
Yeah, just to start with an email. Yeah, we'll want a picture of, and like I say, everything we do here is all open and transparent on the database. You know, it's all open to the public. And so we'll make sure that when money's contributed, gets looped into that information. And so that would be great. Thank you for putting that together and telling the cost. Okay, any other questions before we adjourn? Okay, April 30th, bright and early at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock? Yeah, 9 o'clock. Okay, and that'll be our last one for the year. All right. We have a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, we are adjourned. We need a second for that one. So,
See you, man.
okay,
See.
thanks, everyone.
I'll